program. Still here on ESPN.
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed. And I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hnrblock.com.
Hey, did you miss Clinton and Friends?
The Browns finally made a hire. Todd Monken is the new head coach. He will be leading Cleveland next season. And I got to say, even in a hiring cycle in which Mike McCarthy replaced Mike Tomlin, the Browns have found a way to do something even more underwhelming and more disappointing than even that.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny.
John Harbaugh to the Giants, Kevin Stefanski to the Falcons, Sean McDermott fired, on top of course, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh being fired, Jeff Hafley to the Dolphins, Robert Saleh to the Titans. Which surprises you the most?
The McDermott one was the biggest. It felt like he was coaching for his job in a way that we didn't anticipate before.
Check out The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Adam Schefter, and on this week's episode, the Patriots and Seahawks meeting another Super Bowl. The latest coaching news, plus what's next for the Rams and Broncos. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Dan Orlovsky is here, maybe future coach. Are you worried at all about the communication in your ear as a coordinator, considering you couldn't figure out the headsets?
I got some stories of that experience. For all the people who are like, why were you guys bad in Detroit? Play clock is starting. I'm waiting for the play call, and all I hear is... Our offensive coordinator fell asleep.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
You so stupid! Another building project. Kick the doors down.
That was quite a call. Whoa. I need a cigarette after that one.
Call Fight On. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC network.
Saturday on ESPN, familiar foes face off in a blockbuster doubleheader. First at 6:30 p.m. Eastern is college basketball's greatest rivalry.
Duke Carolina always delivers.
Then at 10:30, AJ Devonta and BYU face Houston's stifling defense.
Just relentless.
A men's blockbuster doubleheader. Number 4 Duke versus number 14 North Carolina. Then number 8 Houston versus number 16 BYU. Saturday on ESPN and streaming on the ESPN app.
This is Freddie and Harry.
Plenty of those naysayers have to shut it down for at least a couple of weeks involving Sam Darnold, because the only way they were going to be quiet would be if he not just played well against the opposing defense, but outplayed the opposing quarterback.
That's right.
For the first time in a long time, with a guy of that caliber involving Matthew Stafford, when many people did not think for 1 second that was going to happen.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Amber and Ian.
Vahe Gregorian from the Kansas City Star, columnist and Hall of Fame voter.
Do you regret the way that you handled it?
In some ways, maybe it would have been preferable not to, just because I knew there would be dissent and anger, but I'm not quite sure I understood that the vitriol would be what it is. But that comes with the territory, and so be it.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
The NFL Pro Bowl games are back. The league's biggest stars of the year show off on a brand new stage in San Francisco, celebrating the season with an AFC-NFC showdown, flag football style. One game, all the sellers. the 2026 Pro Bowl games, powered by Verizon. Tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
Yeah, 101. Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hello there. Happy Tuesday. Happy episode 1150. Happy noontime. It's Shane Dennis Show. Jack Johnson producing and contributing here shortly. Be with you here for the next couple of hours, getting you ready for Super Bowl Radio Row, among other things, later on this afternoon. Got a couple of midweek games for Wichita State basketball, men's and women's, we can talk about, and I'm sure we will. Games to react to and look forward to, and I know we will do that. But first, we need to let you know that you are more than welcome to be a part of the show in really any way you want to. Ask questions, make comments, further the conversation, win things, qualify to win things, all kinds of opportunities for you to be a part of the show. And we'd love to hear from you. Hotline, if you want to call, got questions, comments, and you want to voice them, call 316-669-4996. If you'd rather text, and we have text-specific stuff for you to respond to, or to win, or to qualify to win, and that text line is 316-247-0923. That's text line. Texts are already coming in on that KU game last night. We'll talk about that here shortly and get to your texts too, so keep them coming. If you'd like to listen to the show, we have every way possible. If you have a smart speaker, tell it to play KKGQ 92.3. Go to ESPNWichita.com. Stream the show that way. Click Listen Live. Listen to your radio, 92.3 FM. Download our ESPN Wichita app. Take us with you wherever you go. Never miss a moment, assuming you're not working or somehow otherwise distracted. If you are, and you want to check out what you missed, you can do that on the app or on the website, because we archive all of our shows. So click on the podcast button of either the website or the app and scroll through there and check out whatever you missed. Also, if you want to live stream the show, we are doing that. Twitter, X, at ESPN Wichita there. ESPN Wichita 92.3, Facebook. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Watch that way. You can check out the schedule of the show. What you got to look forward to if you're lucky enough to live stream the show on our social platforms. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. It is February 3rd, 34th day of the year, 331 days left in 2026. We're headed for a high in Wichita today of 48 degrees. So, KU, we will react to that here shortly. But first, got to tell you what day it is. And Jack needs to provide us our moment of levity. Fire away, Jack.
A blonde and a brunette are watching the news. A man is on the ledge threatening to jump, and the brunette bets $10 that he jumps. The man jumps, and the blonde pays up. The brunette says, "I can't take your money. I saw this on the 6 o'clock news." And the blonde replies, "I saw it too. I just didn't think he'd do it again."
National Take a Cruise Day is today. National Missing Persons Day. The day the music died. Yesterday, or February 2nd anyway, was the anniversary of Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper performing their last concert. And the day the music died is today, because that's when those three artists died in an airplane accident near Clear Lake, Iowa in 1959. Their pilot also died in the crash. Hence the phrase, the day the music died. That is today, February 3rd. And it's also National Carrot Cake Day. So happy Carrot Cake Day to those who celebrate. Born day, Samuel Osgood, first Postmaster General for the United States Post Office, born on this day. Also, let's see, Norman Rockwell, 1894, famous painter, born on this day. 1920, Jack Henry Heimlich was born. Any idea what he was famous for?
Heimlich remover or maneuver?
Maneuver, yes. He was also a physician, not surprisingly. Morgan Fairchild, actress, born 1950. Memorable events, February 3, Wake Forest is established on this day. Samuel Clemens uses the name Mark Twain for the first time on this day in 1863. And, of course, the aforementioned plane crash, 1959, taking the lives of Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper and their pilot, Clear Lake, Iowa. All right. There's February 3rd for you. Here's what we're going to talk about. And a couple of texters have already fired a preemptive shot on what they thought about Darren Peterson and the Jayhawks. One texter texted twice. I'm going to keep my expectations and reactions reasonable. My reasonable take is that KU is a Final Four team. Darren Peterson is the most talented college player I have ever seen. Same texter. We will address both of those texts here in the next 40 minutes or so. We're going to have reaction, of course, to the 64-61 win by the Jayhawks over Texas Tech in Lubbock last night. That will be the first segment, of course. Get Jack's thoughts. We'll also hear from Bill Self in segment number 2. So around 12:25, we'll get Self's reaction to kind of a rock fight. The fact that Christian Anderson didn't play for Texas Tech. The fact that Darren Peterson did and played 35 minutes, much to the surprise of almost all of us, I'm quite sure. And so Bill Self will talk to you and me and everybody else at about 12:25. We'll hear what he has to say. And we will also, in that segment, look around the Big 12, see what's next for KU. They are not on the other side of this crazy gauntlet that is the Big 12, but they're negotiating it quite nicely so far. So we will hear from Bill Self. We'll look ahead and find out what they have next and where. So KU intensive first hour here on the show. Top Golf Twitter question today. It's part of a tournament, round 2 of Stephen King novels to the screen movies or shows at ESPN Wichita. Really good voter turnout in round 1, even though the results were predictable. We appreciate you guys and gals going to the Twitter machine and voting for us. 1 o'clock, Booth Creek Wagyu brings us Jordan's Juicy Takes. Got Jordan Foote at Footnoted on Twitter, our KC Sports Insider. Talk to him about Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft not being first ballot Hall of Famers. Get his thoughts on Matt Nagy and the news that he's going to New York to run the Giants offense. And we'll ask him how he would build a team in the NFL nowadays when it comes to the quarterback position. There's also a 3-way trade in Major League Baseball. We may get to that. And then at 1:25, we're going to keep the baseball talk going that we started yesterday, just a little bit. The area that I would like to explore is the Royals arms, the pitchers, who all is going to make the club, who gets squeezed out, and in what role do they anticipate, 4 or 5 different guys that maybe we forgot about a little bit toward the end of last season, what with Michael Massey heating up and Jensen and Salvi, and We had our eyes on Cags too. And a lot of it was centered around the offense and the comeback of Cole Reagans. Well, what about some other ancillary parts? We'll talk about that at 125. And then I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show. And then we will head west to Radio Row, Super Bowl week. And Pat Strathman will have the pulse for you from 2 to 4, live from California, reporting from Radio Row and interviewing anybody and everybody that walks past. No, I'm just kidding. But he will have a cavalcade of impressive interviews today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. He's got them all lined up, and they will be wall to wall. So our presence continues at the Super Bowl yet again. Pat's back at Radio Row, and we'll hear from him here in a couple of hours. But before we do, we got some business to tend to here, and I bet you he's got thoughts on the KU game too. Kansas 64, Texas Tech 61, a game in which Kansas was a somewhat sizable underdog going into that one, but received a little bit of an equalizer, I suppose, with no Christian Anderson for Texas Tech. He's a 19-point-a-game scorer, leads him in assists on the season, but was under the weather, I guess. There was an illness that was reported. Now, you thought, I know this isn't chronic like Darren Peterson's availability seems to be, but it was about as much out of the blue as could have been. Grant McCasland, I'm not accusing him of anything nefarious necessarily, but there is a player availability report pretty much everywhere in college basketball nowadays. And to my understanding, Christian Anderson was not on it. Jack, did you see one that gave you a heads up that Anderson wouldn't play and I didn't see it?
No, actually, my buddy that went to Texas Tech had texted me, and he's like, they just tweeted out Tech's starting lineup, and Christian Anderson's not in it.
Okay, so that was very point blank, out of the blue. Maybe last minute. No, we don't have to get bogged down on that. But like I said, there is a player availability report every night in college basketball. And I suppose if you're Kansas, that was pretty damn good news. And who cares if McCasland didn't put his name out there and warn us all that he might not play. More on that in a moment. But Kansas, speaking of player availability, had Darren Peterson. He was in the starting lineup. And they jumped out to a 3-point lead at half. Peterson had 11 points, although he struggled to get there. It took him 10 shots. He actually missed 2 free throws in the first half. But regardless, you'll take them how you can get them. And especially the minutes from him in a game where it had a really super quick turnaround. I feel bad for a lot of these Big 12 teams. Well, pretty much all. They'll all take their turns having really quick turnarounds. And when you consider who all is in the top 8 or whatever, then you understand that putting together any kind of a win streak is really impressive stuff. And KU has done that. Having to beat BYU on a Saturday, largely without Peterson in the second half. And lo and behold, he's not only in the starting lineup, he plays 35 minutes and in some ways helped win the game for him. Now, it wasn't a one-man show like it sometimes has been because the defense was stifling by KU for the whole game. That has come and gone a little bit this year. See BYU giving up 82 points to the Cougars. But Peterson scored 19 points, played a season-high 35 minutes, and his 2 field goals in the second half were killers if you're Texas Tech. 2 late 3-pointers, tied the game basically over 2 players in the right corner, a little over a minute left, and then dribbled over a Flory Bidunga kind of half screen to the left wing, elevated, and hit a Michael Jordan looking three-pointer with 44 seconds left to lift KU to a 64-61 win. Now, it wasn't that simple because after that, JT Toppin had a chance and he had a shot blocked by Flory Bidunga. And then that was after Peterson tied the game. Then Peterson went down and made the winner. And KU got yet another stop at the end of the game. And it was a 14-2 run over the last 5:44. Now, Texas Tech never did shoot well, really from start to finish. And if you're not familiar with Texas Tech and you like three-pointers, they're for you. 40 of their 72 shots were threes. And of their 72 shots, they missed 49 of them. Now, they did out-rebound KU by 2 and had 9 more offensive rebounds. So they retrieved 14 of their 49 misses, but only ended up with 61 points. That will be under the radar, likely. You might not hear much about that, but you should. The attention will be on quite a few of the individual guys that had good games. Peterson's heroics, I get it. Flory Bidunga, efficient again. I understand that. Melvin Council, he's 1A on this team, in my opinion. He had 16 points. He was pretty efficient in a game that not many people were. But that Kansas defense, Anderson or no Anderson, carried the day. Jayhawks scored the last 8 points and 14 of the last 16 to win by 3. And simple math will tell you that they were behind and the chips were down. But defensively, they held the homestanding Texas Tech Red Raiders to 1 for its last 12 from the floor. And of those 43-point hoists, they only made 12 of them. That's 30%. And KU outscored Texas Tech at the line by 7. Now, when you shoot a crap load of threes, you're not going to shoot many free throws. But Texas Tech only shot 5 and made 3. Impressive performance on a short turnaround, a quick turnaround, and a trip on the road. But KU made winning plays down the stretch, survived a little bit of shaky play down the stretch, an ill-advised turnover by Trey White, 15 overall turnovers that kind of kept Texas Tech hanging around. But with 8:25 left, Red Raiders led by 10. It looked like they were going to pull away and do similar things to KU that Texas Tech does in Lubbock. And that is pile up an avalanche of points. And it turns into, well, we had them there for a minute, but that crowd's a lot to handle. Texas Tech's a lot to handle, and we'll get them next time. It did not turn out that way. And when Darren Peterson went to the bench somewhat early in the second half, you kind of made a mental note of it, kept peeking over at the KU bench, wondering when he'd come back or if he would come back. But come back he did. And he made the 2 really biggest shots of the game. And he came in, I forget the exact mark. It was under 12, I think, the last time that he came in. So he got a 3 or 4 minute rest before the under 12 timeout and then came in shortly after that. And again, it wasn't an efficient game, but at this point, and when you are on that quick of a turnaround, and when Peterson personally didn't even hardly play in the second half of that most recent game, you won't get picky if you're a KU fan. Missed 9 of his 14 shots, but made the 2 biggest ones of the game, and the defense took it from there. I don't know which was more impressive, really. And Texter said that Darren Peterson is one of the best. I don't want to get this right. I want to quote you correctly, texter. Darren Peterson is the most talented college player I have ever seen. That's high praise, but I can understand why. And it's not necessarily hyperbole. If you've seen Peterson play at anywhere close to 100%, and who knows what that is, or if that happened last night. But if you're a Hawk fan, you don't care, really. 4 players in double figures. Peterson with the 2 biggest shots of the game, 1 to tie, 1 to give him the lead. The defense made it stand up. That was a big boy win last night, Jack. They will get some well-deserved time off, and not too many teams are going to go into Lubbock and win a game there. That feels like 1.5 wins to me if you're a Jayhawk fan. You?
Absolutely. That was one of the biggest games on your gauntlet that you were going to have. I mean, it's been a disaster for KU going to Lubbock over the last couple of years. I mean, even with the win last night, I saw a tweet out there where in their last 9 games there, KU 6-3 with a negative 52 point differential.
Chance brought that up. That's how bad they get their butts kicked down there.
Yeah. I mean, they historically, KU's always dominated Texas Tech. Going into last night, they were 42-9 in 51 career games against Texas Tech, or program games against Tech. And the last couple of years, it had been complete annihilation from the Red Raiders. And I thought it was silly to begin. I'm not saying this because I'm a KU guy, but I thought it was so silly, as good as Christian Anderson is, that you'd try to use that as a, well, you know, you can't really take much out of this game. And I go back to multiple games this year when Darren Peterson
don't tell KU that. Yeah, exactly right.
Don't tell KU that. They are the number 1 team when it comes to, oh, you're without your best player. I mean, hell, what would you put it at? 90% this year where KU has either not had Darren Peterson or he's played half a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if you want to go a little less than that, sure. But I remember when KU lost to Duke, you know what the national narrative is? Well, this KU team's just not very good. They're not going to be able to play, you know, without Darren Peterson. Or when they lost to UConn, yeah, you know, they're still at home. You got to win that game. So spare me, as good as Christian Anderson is, that Tech didn't have him and they couldn't win. They led by 10 late in the second half and couldn't hang on and couldn't close it out. They were excellent defensively in shutting down Darren Peterson. They are a physical bunch. In that same breath, Kansas has been an incredibly efficient defensive team since that players-only meeting after the loss to West Virginia in Morgantown. And this is one of those games where you look back and you say, you know, how deep of a run can Kansas make? And the tournament's a crapshoot. We can all be very realistic about that. There is a likelihood that KU gets bounced in the first or second game. It can happen sometimes. You would love to be playing your best ball late in the season where it's unlikely that happens, but I've also watched enough tournament games where you just never know. Did anybody expect Purdue to lose to Farley Dickinson with Zach Edey? Hell no.
Of course not.
Anybody expect Virginia to lose by 20 to UMBC? That's the point I'm getting at here, is you never know. But I know that looking back at this game, what you are going to have to evaluate with this Kansas team is they have a player, maybe better than anybody in the country, that when the game's on the line, whether he's 0 of 20 or 20 of 20, it's going to be really tough to stop him for all 40 minutes. He is going to be able to hit shots that some college kids can only dream of making, and that can really separate you compared to some teams out there. Defensively, I mean, Flory Badunga back-to-back games has put tremendous talents in hell. I mean, his efforts on A.J. Debansa were phenomenal. I mean, A.J. Debansa looked uncomfortable for all 40 minutes, and that was because he's going up against a guy who's his size and doesn't fall for a lot of his shot fakes and his moves, and he's just not able to get the same looks he had all season long. J.T. Toppin can put up 30 on any given night. He can go over 30 and 17. He was a non-factor in that game.
I barely noticed him last night, and I was like, oh, yeah, they got Toppin on their team, too.
They got Toppin, and Shane, I go back to last year when this team was playing Texas Tech at Allen Fieldhouse. I want to say Toppin had damn near 30 points in that game, and it was given the ball, go to work on Hunter Dickinson, and they couldn't stop it. I mean, it was just post-entry, score, post-entry, score, post-entry, score, and it's tough to score on Badunga because he's so springy. He blocks a lot of shots, and he's quick and agile with his feet. That comes from being a former soccer player in high school, that he's not just some big oaf in the middle of the post that can't move too much and just stands there trying to be a tree. He'll go out in the perimeter and guard some guys. And that's what KU needed late in that game, is big defensive stops. They needed to rebound. They needed to hit some tough shots. And what's so cool about that game, especially coming from a KU fan, is when Darren Peterson's first three went up and it went in. I'm not saying I knew it was going in. It looked online from the TV angle. I'm like, oh, that looks like it's going in.
Yeah.
And he made that. And then when they got the ball and he had the ball in his hands, I went, number one, he's not passing this thing. I mean, he is going to either go all the way to the rim or he's going to go off this screen and shoot a three. And when he got that ball off, I would go as far to say I had 99% confidence that ball was going in. And there are very few players I've watched as a Kansas fan where you just knew it was automatic.
Yeah.
The only ones I can think of was, honestly, Devontae Graham being one of them, where it was just, oh, yep, that's in. He got a clean look. He got it off. Yeah, it's going in. And then the other one might be Frank Mason or Sharon Collins. They were guards, and they were nowhere near as talented as Darren Peterson. And that's what's so awesome about that performance is the whole crowd's chanting, he's a P word early on the first half, and he smirks at the crowd. And if he didn't deliver, that would have been one of those moments you point back to and go, oh, man, he couldn't deliver when the whole crowd was chanting a word I can't say over the air. That's something that's going to be tagged to him for quite a while. I mean, it's easy to put up, for him at least, it's easy for him to put up 30-plus in Lawrence. Much tougher to do it in a hostile environment when they're chanting stuff like that. And that was just so cool to see. I've gone back and watched that go-ahead three so many times. The crowd noise in that moment and the cold-bloodedness of just pulling up and hitting that.
Hey, it looked like Jordan's 82 shot against Georgetown. I mean,
really,
I thought,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just there are certain players that want the ball in that moment and know that, hey, you give me an inch of space, this ball's going in. And that goes back to his description of being such a pure scorer at this level. And when you talk about Kansas and their ceiling, I'm not saying that this is it's Final Four or bust. I am really curious to know, though, what they are come the Big 12 tournament, because they're going to go and beat the brakes off Utah. We know that. And then they're going to have undefeated number 1 Arizona, and they're going to be number 7 or number 8. And though that game's in Lawrence, and they'll have to go to Tucson later on in the season, but if they go out there and beat Arizona, that would put them on a 8-game winning streak. Yep. They would be 9-2 in the Big 12, and they would have been the only team to beat Arizona so far. And that puts them maybe second in the Big 12. I know Houston goes to Provo this weekend, which is a big chance for KU to then be tied with the Cougars in the Big 12 standings. If they go 2-0 in these next 2 games, now you're not only talking about KU winning the Big 12 and by far and away the best conference in college basketball, they've now kind of put themselves into that number 1 category. Yep. Now, they still have to go to Ames, and they still have to go to Tucson. They still have to play Houston. There are very tough games on their schedule. But last night, even with Christian Anderson out, those are the games that I go, you know what, just chalk that up as an L. Just it's okay. You lose there. You lose in Ames. Go beat Utah, Arizona, and Oklahoma State in the in-between there. Go 3-2 in these next 5. Now you're shooting a little bit higher here. And if this Kansas team only gets better, I know a lot of national people out there that are going to say, if you are that 1 seed and you draw KU as your 2, that is as bad of a matchup as you could possibly wish for, just because they've got that outlier in Darren Peterson. And as long as he's on the floor and can play 35-plus minutes, that's going to be a 40 minutes of hell type of situation, unless he's just taking himself out of the game with the cramp issues or whatever it would be. But last night, to see him play start to finish, hit those 2 big shots, we've said many times, hey, this feels like the land or the jumping off point for Kansas. If that's not it, I don't know what it would be.
Yeah. When we come back, let's hear what Bill Self had to say. I'm sure he had some enlightening points about Peterson, about Flory Badunga that might surprise you, and winning with less than their A game. Bill Self audio next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hi, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Brian Davis with another great special on Crown Royal 1.75 liters, only $49.99. Plus, grab Truly 12 packs, just $15.99. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and operated. Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
Have you ever dreamed of owning a custom home or love your home, but your kitchen or bathroom just isn't quite right? You Build It Wichita helps you build or remodel smarter, saving you thousands compared to traditional builders and contractors while putting you in control of your project. Join them at a free home building and remodeling seminar Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. They will walk you through the You Build It process and host a live Q&A with real past clients. It's free, informative, and could save you thousands. Reserve your seat today by visiting the You Build It Wichita Facebook page. That's Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. Build smarter. Build with You Build It Wichita.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
So obviously, I had the ACL and the LCL, but everything else was clean. And so, like, as bad as it was as clean as it could be. I found out there's a lot of little things that could happen around that knee that I had never even known. So I was lucky enough, God blessed me enough, to not do some of those little things that could prolong the injury.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing.
Dave Davies of the Kinks, born day today. Bill Self's post-game audio, very interesting, in my opinion. He was asked about a multitude of things, no doubt. Darren Peterson's availability, Flory Bidunga defensively, and winning a game in Lubbock with less than your best. Here's what Bill Self had to say post-game last night.
Okay, guys.
518.
Bill, I
Yep.
think they said that in the huddle you told DP to go make a play. What was your response to what actually ended up happening after you told him to do that?
Well, he hadn't made many tonight, and he was just kind of out there, and you know, he's got something that you're I guess you're born with and can't teach. He's got just an unbelievable ability to raise it when it counts the most, raise his level when it counts the most, and that's what he did tonight. I mean, those two plays he made were obviously the two biggest plays of the game for us, but you know, we were fortunate tonight. Christian didn't play, and we weren't any good, and they struggled shooting the ball and scoring too. But we just kind of pieced it together and made enough plays to get it.
And what did you think of the defense the last 2.5 minutes when you held them scoreless? Or I guess how much of it was your defense, how much of it was them missing shots?
I think it was Flory Bidunga. I mean, to me, there's not a better defender regardless of position anywhere. You know, he can guard 1 through 5. He did a great job on Watts when he guarded him, and Watts killed us. And then he did a great job on JT. I think
about Florida's defense. I think he's been a lot better about playing defense without fouling as late. Have you seen his defense kind
to 61.
Lee Crystal from the Blackhearts, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. He's more today. We've got round 2 of our Twitter tournament. Has to do with adaptations of books from Stephen King and what he or others turned into movies or screenplays of some sort. And he's got a bunch, and we've got 4 more up there right now. After The Shawshank Redemption won the first round yesterday, we got a little bit better, a little closer race, I guess, today. Which adaptation of a Stephen King work is your favorite movie? The Green Mile, Silver Bullet, The Shining, or Firestarter? Those are the ones you have to pick from. So far, The Green Mile, 46.2%. The Shining, 38.5%. So it's fairly close. But you still got all the rest of the day to vote, repost. Round 3 will come your way tomorrow. And today's is, since it's Tuesday, stand by, brought to you by Top Golf. For your next big event in Wichita, you want a perfect venue to host it, look no further than Top Golf Wichita. Whether it's a corporate event, client appreciation night, birthday bash, fundraiser, or whatever, Top Golf Wichita has got you covered. Tee off your next event with Top Golf today. Visit Top Golf Wichita online or call 316-394-4057 to reserve your date. That's 394-4057 Top Golf. Texter says, if you start to include TV series, I just finished season 1 of Castle Rock last night. It was very well done. An amazing performance by Sissy Spacek. Thank you, Texter. I am partial to, and I don't know if they have made a movie of it yet, but he had a book, King did, as Richard Bachman, I think. And it was called The Long Walk. And it was a departure.
Just had a movie this year, too.
Was that it? Okay.
Yeah, that came out about it.
Have you seen it? Are you aware?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Dude, okay, I'm glad, because it's such a departure from the scare the hell out of you, Stephen King. You know what I mean? Did you read it or did you watch it?
Did I read it? You know I don't read
Okay.
books. But it's a fair question. No, I actually had no idea about it until I watched the movie. And I'm like, oh, this is a Stephen King novel. And man, gripping.
Yeah.
Absolutely gripping. And it just keeps you on the edge of your seat. It was well done. And from what I've heard from people that read the book, very good adaptation of it.
Okay. Because as you and everybody knows, the book is always probably better than the movie, because you can get inside people's heads, you know what they're thinking, etc. But I read The Long Walk a long time ago. Like, I was in high school, and I don't know exactly what possesses Stephen King to not only write what he writes, but he wrote multiple, I guess they were short stories. They weren't that short, but whatever, as Richard Bachman. And I'm not sure why he did that, or why he would, I don't get it. But he's out there as far as the way he thinks versus the way the rest of us think. And let's be honest, anybody that writes a screenplay, a book, any form of fiction, you got to be kind of cut from a different cloth anyway. And he certainly is that. But man, anyway, I didn't mean to get off on that tangent, but I'm glad that Jack has seen The Long Walk. Where can I find that? Do you remember?
It was in theaters when I saw it, but
Oh.
I'd imagine now it's got to be on one of the streaming services.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I need to look that up. All right. Just real quick, we'll talk about this a little bit with Jordan Foote. He's coming up about 6 minutes from now. Jordan's Juicy Takes. There was a 3-way trade involving a guy that we thought might not get moved from the St. Louis Cardinals, who are apparently completely rebuilding. But Seattle Mariners executed a deal that apparently they've had their eye on Brendan Donovan a good amount of the winter. They got him a three-way swap with the Tampa Bay Rays, Seattle's most frequent trade partner during Jerry DiPoto's decade-long tenure in the front office. Apparently, that's been a little bit of a pipeline after months of reports that Seattle had been flirting with Donovan. The Rays' involvement helped get this deal done. Mariners get Donovan. Cardinals get a pitcher from the Mariners, an outfielder from the Mariners, outfielder from the Rays, a pick, which is currently 68 from the Mariners, and a pick from the Rays. And the Rays get Ben Williamson. So we'll get Jordan Foote's thoughts on that coming up here in just a little while, and Jack's in hour number 2, because we'll talk about the Royals in hour 2. It'll be specifically about the Royals pitchers, because I want to get his thoughts on who odd men out might be, roles, etc., what's expected in a spring training that I think for the first time in a long time will be, assuming a bunch of people don't get hurt. So I don't mean to speak that into existence or jinx anybody, but with the depth that at the top, it's top heavy, either AAA or the big leagues, assuming everybody comes back healthy and doesn't get hurt when they're down there, Royals will have some decisions to make. And I don't know exactly how many guys will have a legit shot to make the team and supplant someone else that doesn't have any more options, for example. But I feel like we have a pretty good discussion coming up in hour number 2 at about 1:25. So we'll save that conversation for then. In the meantime, we, since it's Top Golf Twitter, why don't you text Top Golf 316-247-0923. Free stuff from Top Golf. If you use our text line, just text Top Golf 316-247-0923. We get some free stuff from our good friends at Top Golf. When we return, Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. It's coming up next.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
January is the perfect time to explore something new at Auburn Wine and Spirits. Discover unique wines, handcrafted spirits, and exciting non-alcoholic options curated by a knowledgeable team ready to help you find your next favorite. Join us for in-store tastings and educational experiences throughout the month. Visit Auburn Wine and Spirits at 320 North Rock Road or Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple for quality selection and friendly service you can trust. AuburnSpirits.com.
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it
Foot
up.
acquired.
Yeah!
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Jayhawk fans, the ultimate home for college basketball is the all-new KansasNation.com. This week on the Jayhawker, Nate Bukaty goes deep with Kansas AD Travis Scott.
Wichita's sports leader.
Champion Paul Pierce.
ESPN Wichita 92.3
FM.
FM. KKGQ.
Tyshawn Taylor with fellow Jayhawk guests Mario Little and Thomas Robinson. It's your team, your voice, and your legends. Catch every episode and all the latest at KansasNation.com.
Time now for Jordan Stussy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food. Nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas, whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game. BCW brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their 21st and Webb location in Wichita. Taste the difference for yourself. BCW, changing the way America eats beef. BoothCreekWagyu.com. Go there to place your order. Jordan Foot, at Footnoted on Twitter. Plenty to talk about. A couple of different sports, actually, to talk about, and maybe to pick your brain at the very end about a three-way baseball trade of a guy that the Royals had some interest in. But first, before we get there, I think this happened the day after you were on last week. And that was Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Are you up in arms about this? We heard the explanation since then. And just your overall takeaway, whether this is a big deal or no big deal.
I don't get let me backtrack. I get why he wasn't voted for by some people. Now, do I agree with it? Absolutely not. I think that even if you do split up like a Spygate thing into two separate careers, he has a Hall of Fame career no matter what. And if you want to say he was quote unquote clean from a cheating scandal after that, or even Deflategate, like this guy is still, his reputation precedes him. He deserves to be a first ballot guy. And beyond that, then you're setting a precedent for everybody. If he's not, then who is, right? What kind of resume does it take to make that happen? And I saw that Robert Kraft also was on the short end of the stick on that. So it's a little bit surprising. And I think that it was Vahe Gregorian of the Kansas City Star who made an intriguing kind of justification for his decision. And
yeah, if you don't mind, expand on that, please.
Yeah, so his kind of spiel was about, okay, there were people who were aging out of the process because you could only stay in there for so long, and he thinks that they would have less of a chance or no chance if they weren't in this time. So I get that, and I do understand where he's coming from there. Now, again, do I agree with it? No. I think that the easy answer is just to vote in the guy who deserves to be voted in, and you only have so many of those to account for. So it's kind of a dark stain on, I think, the committee that was how it went. But also you could make an argument that the system needs to change then if you're making concessions between a Bill Belichick and anybody else who has been on the ballot and hasn't been able to get in. And a guy who surely is going to make it happen, probably the second time instead of the first time. But the fact that he wasn't able to be a slam dunk shoe-in right off the bat does kind of give me some pause. So I wouldn't say up in arms per se, but definitely a little bit surprised and maybe even a little bit disappointed as well.
There's a lot to unpack there, especially when it comes to there's a finite amount of time for people to be on the ballot. And so I understand that if they don't get a certain amount of a percentage of the votes in the time that they have on the ballot, then they apparently aren't Hall of Famers. On the other hand, I can sympathize, although I wouldn't do it this way, for example, if somebody's dying to get L.C. Greenwood into the Hall of Fame with the idea in your back pocket that Bill Belichick is going to get in. He doesn't need my vote. He'll eventually get in. So you have to, Jordan, there weigh the, that you subscribe to that theory, or do you say, look, are these guys Hall of Famers or not? And, kind of live by that credo, I guess. And in the grand scheme of things, is there a problem with the process that could be fixed? And if so, what would you do if you were commissioner of the Hall of Fame or whatever the head of how you vote on the Hall of Famers?
I'm kind of with you on the latter front. When you tailed off there, I think that you made really good points about, like, if there's 50 voters in the committee and you're picking, 3 of 5 finalists, and you can vote for 1, 2, or 3 of them. If you don't get the 40 votes, then you're getting a top vote getter that's going to get elected. Like, the system of pitting people against each other. And again, that might sound a little bit weird because that's the point of putting people in such a quote unquote exclusive club. But you can't make those concessions for, and I hate to say it, lesser worthy candidates. And Bill Belichick, if he can't get in, then on that first try, you have to have serious conversations about what is a no doubt shoe-in first ballot Hall of Famer. And again, the easy cop-out that I saw on Twitter, X, Instagram, every social media platform was that there was a cheating scandal. And okay, then the big detractors wanted to bring up Tom Brady. I'm like, if we have to go to these extremes to discount somebody who easily had the qualifications, was that good of a coach, like, you're not going to bring up the Browns year, the Jets commitment, like all of that stuff. You don't need to go to that many lengths to not get him in. So make it a little bit easier to not pit people against each other. And maybe that means you don't have to pick between 1, 2, or 3, or the 5 finalists. Maybe it's expanding, maybe it's lengthening the shelf life of something like that, where you're not making that decision to let someone in that isn't Bill Belichick just because it's their last year of eligibility. But something needs to happen, because that's just a unfortunate situation, and one that I guess I just never put that much thought into the possibility of until I was met with the headline and read the story and kind of peeled back some of those layers over the next couple of days.
You're all 3 sports kind of guy. Which Hall of Fame do you favor? And is there one that's watered down and the process is screwed?
The basketball Hall of Fame is funny. And I think it is watered down because, like, you are kind of, it's more of a lifetime achievement type thing than just a NBA Hall of Fame. And I'm fine with that. And those guys, most of them deserved to get in. I think the Baseball Hall of Fame, that one has always intrigued me the most. And like the Pro Football one, I think that it's marketed better. And I absolutely love, like, the home visits from the head of the committee to the players and the coaches who are getting in. And even, I think it was Bill Cowher, they had like an in-studio surprise when he was doing it. I think that that's just the most feel-good of it. MLB, the Baseball Hall of Fame, that's the most fun, I think, and you can get into a lot of the debates, and I love when the ballots are leaked on Twitter, when people are brave enough to say, okay, well, we know who this person voted for, this is why I didn't do this, and then you add in the 90s and the steroid scandals and all of that stuff, and how much people actually cared about juicing versus how much they care now, who was, who wasn't. Basketball, easily the most watered down. Football, probably the one I get the most excited about, but the one I get fired up for, I'd say, is probably baseball.
Are we owed transparency by the voters?
I think we are. I really do think we are. And it just makes a lot of sense to have that be, okay, this is someone that I thought was going to be a Hall of Famer. And then you see Joe Blow and what he thinks and say, okay, I want the reasoning. I want the logic behind it. And maybe it is just a name and a ballot and you leave it at that. But I really admired Vahe for going and publishing a column with his reasoning, and he didn't have to do that. Now, would it be awesome if everybody did? I think absolutely, and kind of justified those. And that's why we're pushing these conversations forward. It's not just, okay, here's who voted for who, and we're not getting anything beyond that. Not just the transparency of who was getting voted for, but also what factored into that. Was it a scandal? Was it just a talent thing? Was it an advanced stat that jumped out to somebody? I'd love to just get everyone on record every year, and it's probably an impossible task, but it would definitely make the process a lot more fun, I think.
It was reported recently, I think it was today, that former Chiefs OC Matt Nagy is going to be the OC with the Giants. Your thoughts there as he is joining John Harbaugh in New York?
It's interesting, and it always is when it's an Andy Reid guy, and both of these people are now. Matt Nagy, obviously, with the Chiefs in a couple of separate stints. John Harbaugh coming from the Andy Reid tree. I'm not one of the tinfoil hat type of folks that wants to say it was only because he's an Andy Reid guy. But I think, again, and I was in a group chat with the KC Sports Network guys talking about this earlier, if there's one quarterback who might need a little bit of reining in, a little bit of quote-unquote boring in his game to just relax and be normal every once in a while, it's probably Jackson Dart, who is 110 miles an hour, still needs to be reined in some. I just am skeptical of Matt Nagy, the offensive mind. And with Harbaugh, he's going to have the freedom to express that and draw up plays and come up with game plans. And you add the layer of how hard it is to decipher with Andy Reid who actually has responsibility for stuff, who came up with this call during the week, who installed this part of the game plan. We know it's his circus that he's kind of running in Kansas City. So Matt Nagy's probably better suited to be a head coach at this point than an OC. That's not a huge praise of his ability to head coach a team. But I'm a little bit skeptical that he's going to fix the Giants offense. Luckily, I think they did nail the quarterback position, even though it's a little bit early on Dart. So I'm intrigued to see if he can just kind of not even improve on stuff, but perhaps just not mess it up.
I'm glad you brought up Jackson Dart because got my next question for you is a kind of a complicated one, but I know you can handle it. If you were an NFL GM, how would you build your team regarding the quarterback position? Because the Seahawks made it to the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. So I think you probably know now where I'm going with this. You got to draft your quarterback or more consistently over the years, add a guy like Sam Darnold that you think you can coach up a little bit and don't have to give, for example, Patrick Mahomes type money. You have franchise quarterback type of money. You can get away with by maybe having more with less. How would you construct a team in the NFL nowadays?
It is so freaking hard because you want to say, and I think it's still true, that it is hands down the most important position. And when it comes down to it and you need a game-changing play to be made, you need that quarterback to do it. But on the flip side, and Darnold is a perfect example, I think that Jimmy Garoppolo, when San Fran made a Super Bowl, Brock Purdy, even though he is better at making plays than him, Jalen Hurts to a degree last postseason and last year really with Philly. If you can get guys who just won't gum up the works and can help get you there and are more cost effective or on a rookie contract or in Darnold's case, a little bit cheaper than the top of the market money, you have a good defense, you invest in an offensive line, you get one superstar kind of skill position guy or a couple of really, really good ones. That makes a ton of sense. So I'm kind of copping out there. I like kind of like similar to what the Rams did with Stafford, where they said this isn't quite working with the guy we think is good but not quite good enough. Then there's your conversation of, is it the 15th best quarterback? Is it the 9th best quarterback? Like if there is a sweet spot between not going all out for a superstar or even the Dak Prescott tier of paying a guy versus getting that first round pick, top 10, top 15, so many of those guys just go to bad teams. And I do like that process more. I think it's more fun to watch the whole team grow together. But if I'm a GM, I want someone who's been around the block a little bit. I want to build up that team and the structure around him and then hope that you can get just enough out of him to not mess it up and get you over the hump.
So the game itself, obviously, it kind of goes hand in hand with what we're just talking about. You got a team that's in the Super Bowl that they drafted their quarterback, and then you got Sam Darnold with Seattle. Maybe some position battles that you're looking forward to, Seahawks versus Patriots coming up?
I just want to see how New England handles that Seahawks front. I mean, their defense is absolutely fantastic. It's their reputation against the run, best in the league this year. And I'd be surprised if New England does a great job like on the run game. But how Drake May protects himself with the shoulder injury, how he can avoid potentially taking sacks, which has been tough for him this year. He's taken a lot of back-breaking ones, it seems, throughout the season. He's great at avoiding them, but also he runs into a ton. So it's kind of a paradox there. How they can handle the front. Murphy is awesome. Lawrence is awesome. Leonard Williams is there. They just have a ton of talent on that front. And they're going to come at you. McDonald is one of the best defensive minds in the sport, the New England offensive line. I liked Will Campbell coming into the draft. I believed that he could thrive as a left tackle in this league, and he hasn't exactly proven that right this year. And that's probably being a little bit polite to how he's played in the postseason. So it's going to come down to more than that. Probably Drake May is going to have to overcome things and make plays, but it seems like New England all year, you look at that roster and you think, okay, they're a year away from being like super legitimate, and I would bet a decent amount of money that they're going to progress in the win column next year and maybe still be a better team just because of the offseason. But Seattle is the classic built up the team, then landed the quote-unquote guy to not even put them completely over the top, but just prevent them from falling. And the rest of that team might be good enough, Shane, that they can do it. And it starts with how they play up front on defense.
It's interesting that Seattle is one of these teams that's gone full circle a little bit, because I was watching highlights last night with Russell Wilson, and that's when they made hay the first time around because he was still on his rookie deal. So, yeah, I guess if there's a blueprint or a team that's been there, done that, that's Seattle.
Yeah, and their front office was getting clowned just recently as a few years ago. Now they have quietly drafted fairly well, made some key additions. JSN has panned out better than even his biggest proponents, and I was huge on him. I never thought this was remotely possible. They have built the right way a couple of times, and it's a classic, like you said, the example of, okay, we have the guy on a rookie contract, and he's going to put us over the top, and we're going to help capitalize on this window and bring in the right talent. Or, okay, we're going to save a little bit here, but get a little bit more of a proven commodity, but we have to draft right and make the right investments and make savvy additions in free agency. And they've been the classic example of both sides, which I think is why they're kind of just been lingering around. And even when they've been bad, quote unquote, they're still a tough team to play. They're never just going to completely bottom out and tank. And they're kind of reaping the rewards for continually trying to find new ways to invest and build a team.
All right. First, I'll ask you what you think is going to happen. Then we'll have a little fun after that. What do you expect? Seattle going to win? Sounded like you thought that.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a 27-17 type game, maybe 27-20, where New England cashes in late to make it look a little bit quicker. I love Drake May, and that's been quite obvious over the time that we've talked on this program, even leading up to the NFL draft when he came out in 24, but they just don't have enough. Like, if Stephon Diggs is your top target in the Super Bowl, and he's been awesome, it's been a fun story. They are a year away from being a legitimate contender, I think, to win a Super Bowl. And the margins are razor thin, and they're showing you can still do it even if you aren't quite ready. And they've made an absolutely awesome run. I frankly, though, would be surprised if they did win, and you factor in May not playing very well at all this postseason, plus the injury. The odds are just stacked against them. So I would be surprised. I'm not trying to discredit what they've done whatsoever, but it does feel like the end of the line is probably going to be on Sunday.
You got any props that you're already in love with, or are you into such things?
I dabble a little bit. I think that JSN is going to just put on an absolute show. And it's tough because Christian Gonzalez is back for the postseason. He's been healthy, and he's been playing pretty well. So I wouldn't want JSN to go for like 150 yards and a touchdown or anything, but that anytime touchdown score, whatever those odds are, always seems nice. Ken Walker has been a little bit better than I thought, and I don't know what it was. Maybe just the ad nauseum Chiefs Twitter kind of jumping on him as a potential target. I was kind of cooled off on him. Then the Rams game happened, and he was making some plays. I said, well, maybe there's more juice there than I thought. He seems to have a little bit more wiggle, elusiveness, better patience. So it seems like I just needed to come around on Kenneth Walker. You factor in the snap increase with Charbonnet being hurt with the knee injury. I would just invest heavily in Sam Darnold's playmakers and let him do the work, be efficient, and probably come away with a win in the Super Bowl.
Speaking of the Chiefs, what about Jake Haener, that backup quarterback signing? Is he the backup or is that just a backup?
Yeah, I just think it's a backup. I was a little bit caught off guard by it. That wasn't someone that I fully expected the Chiefs to kind of profile for as a quarterback. I frankly was almost banking on maybe Gardner Minshew being a rehab bro with Mahomes, although his injury not nearly the same length of timeline once he avoided the ACL tear. And I also would argue that maybe I think of a Schefter tweet, probably an agent thing, getting his name back out there as opposed to reconfirming what we already knew. Haener, he was a early day 3 pick a few years ago. I didn't like him a ton coming out of, I think he was Wazoo and then Fresno State, if I have that order correctly.
Yeah.
It's something I still think that they need now more than ever. And we've talked, it seems like every offseason, about the need for a veteran backup for Mahomes and when that stops being a necessity. But they just need a capable backup because you never know when that's going to happen. And obviously, if he goes down, the franchise is not going to get where it wants to. But I'm a firm believer in if things do go south, and we've seen it with Matt Moore, we saw it with Chad Henne, you need a couple games out of a proven guy, or as proven as can be, as a backup. If the Chiefs rebuild right in the offseason, maybe they can get a 2-1 stretch out of somebody, or a 2-2, or even a 1-2, instead of completely bottoming out in a league that they're showing now. The AFC is pretty loaded with quarterback play, with talent, with competitiveness. That's a sneaky important position, not to the degree where I need like a Marcus Mariota type signing, but something similar where you're not just investing a 7th round pick or a vet minimum or something like that to quarterback.
Talking to Jordan Foote, Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. You've been to the Super Bowl Radio Row. It's Super Bowl week. What did you think of it?
It was insane, man. And part of that was getting down there and doing some things that job-wise I had just never done before. It was kind of flying around like a chicken with your head cut off and building the plane and flying it at the same time. But it was a ton of fun. And just the constant back and forth of, oh, there's that person. I want to talk to him. Go grab him real quick. And, oh, there she is. I've really been wanting to interview her for 5 minutes on my radio show. Just how fast-paced it is. But also, most of those people are a lot nicer than I expected them to be. And I don't know if it was because of how quick the environment was, how many people there were. You just have to be a self-advocate when you're there and go grab people. And if they have a handler, kind of sweet talk them a bit. It's just one of the true human phenomenons of how many things can you get done in a short amount of time. It's like a speed dating for media type thing is the phrase that I kept using that week. And something I'll never forget. That was the Rams-Bengals Super Bowl. So there was no Chiefs tie. It was just pure love of the game, capturing video, capturing audio, talking about how the Chiefs can get back. And they did, sure enough, the next year.
Just to put you on the spot here a little bit, do you have thoughts on that 3-way trade in Major League Baseball that involved Brendan Donovan?
Yeah, I was a little bit. The Royals were a huge name linked to him throughout the offseason. He's sneaky younger than I thought. I thought that he was over 30 by a few years. He hasn't even hit 30 yet, but he was a late bloomer through the system. That would have been a near perfect ad for the Royals. And more power to them. They had to give up a little bit more than I expected them to. And then Tampa getting in there as well, just because that's how this works. And their front office is super fun. Top 100 prospect, I believe a competitive balance pick was in there as well. You're giving up something significant, but I think a player that can get them back where they want to go. And that's the team. The Mariners are one of the most fun teams to watch. I think just the youth they have. Julio, when he came up, was a ton of fun. I like the story that they've had over the past few years, and now they're no longer the young and hungry underdogs. They're more of the akin to the Royals, trying to prove that you've arrived and you belong, and you're trying to build something sustainable. And there's no better reason or way to do that than Donovan, who isn't a free agent for a few more years. He's not even arbitration eligible, I think, until 27. So a bang-up job by them to get one heck of a player who is going to help them for the next few years at least.
At Footnoted on Twitter, Jordan Foote joins us every Tuesday. Jordan's Juicy Takes brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Thank you, Jordan. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Yep, you too, buddy.
All right, will do. There he goes. His Juicy Takes brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Again, farm to table experience. BCW bringing you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness. You love birds. You got a significant other, and you want to really do it up right when it comes to Valentine's Day. Stop by 21st and Webb location. Tell them we sent you. Ask for Jeannie. She'll hook you up with some sweet Valentine's Day treats, and you can stay in and you can pretend to be a high-end steakhouse. They'll have a couple of options for you. They can also offer you some samples as well. You can taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. BoothCreekWagyu.com to place your order and check out those Valentine's Day specials as well. It's 125. There is suddenly a glut of arms for the Royals heading to spring training here in a week. Jack and I will talk about that next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
AMR Clinical Wichita East is excited to welcome adults 18 and older living with type 2 diabetes to take part in an innovative clinical research study focused on weight management. If you're overweight or obese, have been on stable diabetes therapy for at least 3 months, and meet additional criteria, you may qualify. Participants will receive all study-related care and investigational medication or placebo at no cost and may be compensated up to $7,700 for time and travel. Call AMR Clinical Wichita East today, 316-867-6329, or visit amr-clinical.com.
The best barbecue deal in town is at Hog Wild. Right now, Hog Wild is serving up a $5.99 meal that's big on flavor and easy on your wallet. Get a one-meat sandwich, your favorite classic side, and a drink, all for just $5.99. Want brisket? Upgrade to our tender slow-smoked beef brisket for only $1.50 more. Pulled pork, juicy chicken, and hot links. Everything is smoked fresh, made daily, and piled high. This is real barbecue at a price that's hard to beat. When you want big flavor and a big deal, head to Hog Wild for the $5.99 meal deal today. Great food, great price, great barbecue. Join us for lunch or dinner, or order online at GoHogWild.com. Hog Wild Pit Barbecue, 6 locations in Wichita, also in Derby, El Dorado, Hutchinson, and Salina.
Go Hog Wild Pit Barbecue. Hog Wild, get some for you. But don't be late, we close at 8.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM is broadcasting live from Super Bowl Radio Row from San Francisco. Pat Strathman will be interviewing the biggest names in sports and entertainment with interviews of your favorite players, coaches, broadcasters, and analysts. Radio Row coverage on ESPN Wichita is brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet, Seven Clans First Council Casino, and Phil's Coins and Bullion. Radio Row coverage on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Lowell Tolhurst from The Cure. Born day today, 128. Spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting about a week from now. Jack Johnson will have some exclusive audio interviews and whatnot in his trip down to Surprise here in a week or so. More on that here in a little bit. But regarding the Royals, I wanted to talk a little bit about their pitching depth and who fits where, assuming full health. Now, that's assuming a lot, and I'm not trying to pretend that everybody's going to get through spring training healthy, and then it's just going to come down to who outdid who for the last couple of spots on this thing. But assuming full health going into spring training, the roles of certain guys, I'm fascinated to watch and see what and how they can fit in to the big club if they do. Now, one of the X factors is Chris Bubich and his health. Three guys that seemingly are above reproach and they'll have to compete for anything. Seth Lugo, Michael Wacha, and Cole Reagans. Assuming Reagans is healthy, and he was at the end of last year, and if that's the case, he's a lock for the rotation along with those other two veterans. The guys that aren't necessarily, the first two guys figure to be, assuming they're okay, and that's Chris Bubich and Noah Cameron. I think Cameron has done more than enough to, even if he has a bad spring, he shouldn't have to worry about his spot in the rotation. Now, if he carries that over into the regular season and the league has figured him out a little bit, then we'll have that conversation then. If Chris Bubich is progressing well and has had a healthy offseason and he's ready to go by April or May or March, whatever day that is, that opening day is, then I'm okay with that too. So there's five. There's your starting rotation, assuming Bubich is healthy and they view Cameron the same way I do. There are four other guys that are reportedly at least competing for a spot in the starting rotation. And apparently that includes Luander Avila. Jack, is that right? They project him or want to build him up as a starter?
I think there'll hopefully be a starter, but also JJ said that there's just not really a spot for him to start right now.
Right.
So I think long-term, because of his age, he could still be a starter and be stretched out, but it seems like right now his best spot's going to be in the bullpen and long relief.
Okay. I won't get too caught up on that again anyway, but in a short sample size last year, he was good. 13 games in relief, finished 9 of them, and only gave up 7 hits in 14 innings. That's a real tiny sample size, I get, but he's a guy to keep an eye on and probably will be the odd man out, especially when it comes to competing for a spot in the rotation. But we'll set him aside for a little bit. But the other three guys that I'm going to have my eye on and I wonder about are Ryan Bergert, Stephen Kolek, and Bailey Falter. All guys that got multiple starts for Kansas City last year. And in Bergert's case, he got 8 of them. So that wasn't necessarily the, quote, big sample size, unquote. But he had a 4.43 ERA, fewer hits than innings pitched, about a strikeout an inning. Okay. And he's the youngest of the remaining 3s, 25. Stephen Kolek, in fewer starts, 5, was much more effective. An ERA of 1.91, only gave up 7 earned runs, only 1 home run in 33 innings. Strikeouts were down, but so were the walks. He didn't walk hardly anybody and had the better WAR of the 3, 1.1 if you're into that. And then there's Bailey Falter, who kind of lived up to his name a little bit, got roughed up more times than not, and ended up with an ERA over 11 in his 4 games, only 2 starts. So his results were really mixed and had a bad ERA plus and the whole 9 yards. So, and he's also 28. So of those 3 that supposedly are competing for some sort of spot, where would likely be in the bullpen, Bergert, Kolek, after the trade deadline. Should they be in consideration for a rotation spot? Sure. Will they be able to do enough to get one? That's the age-old question to me, Jack, regardless of position, unless it's wide open, that particular position, whatever it is that we're talking about. Can a player actually do enough in spring training to make the team in that particular spot? I have my doubts with all three of those guys, especially the previous five that we think are locks or semi-locks, do anything at all or show that they're healthy. Which of those guys, I know you know, so don't make me look it up. Which of those guys are out of options? Falter
is out of options, and Daniel Lynch should be out of options as well.
Okay. So I'll give you the floor here a little bit. Falter, who I think probably has the most to prove and is out of options. What does he have to do to make the team, or is it just to have a pulse and he will make the team because they want another look at him and they don't want to run the risk of losing him by sending through waivers?
Well, if I had to say right now, I'm just not confident that Daniel Lynch or Bailey Falter make the team. I mean, it's very public right now that the Royals are looking to add another reliever to the bullpen, and they'd prefer for it to be from the left side. And when you come out and say that, and you have two guys on the team that are out of options, that doesn't give you much confidence that they're going to make the roster, nor do they want them to make the roster. Daniel Lynch last year, yeah, you can look at the surface level numbers and go, oh, he had a 2-point-something ERA. He worked a fair amount of innings. Why would they not want Daniel Lynch there? There also was a lot of good fortune. We talk about Cole Reagans being the unluckiest pitcher in baseball last year, even in a limited sample size. You go and look at his stat of expected ERA. So what that is you look at how hard they're hit, where the defense is positioned, the batting average and balls in play. Cole Reagans got screwed last year. I mean, there were many times guys just sort of flipped one out to right field, and it might have come off the bat at 75 miles an hour. Whereas Daniel Lynch, he might throw a really bad pitch in a really poor location that gets hammered, and it's right at somebody. And that's something where you take into account those numbers.
Is lack of swing and miss factored into that?
It's another problem. Yeah,
okay.
It's another problem. The lack of swing and miss is just not there for either one of these guys. I'm actually sure that if the Royals had a preference, they'd want Bailey Falter to make. If they don't add another left-handed reliever, I think they'd want Bailey Falter to make the team because they sent away pieces to get Bailey Falter. And he also is recently started. Daniel Lynch hasn't started the game and been stretched out to start in a couple of years. So Bailey Falter gives you another option to start a game if need be. However, there are some good options out there you can trade for. One name to keep your eye on that I really think could play up in the Royals bullpen is JoJo Romero of the Cardinals. The Cardinals have publicly been out there trying to trade away pieces. They're in more of a rebuilding phase. JoJo Romero does not fit their bullpen anymore. He doesn't fit their future, and that's the perfect opportunity for the Royals to capitalize. Not to mention they've had conversations with the Cardinals about Brendan Donovan before he was traded. So you've already been able to understand what Chaim Bloom is wanting for the Cardinals and what he's going to be looking for. JoJo Romero's asking price is going to be significantly less than what Brendan Donovan was, and I'd go and use Matt Strom's value and what the Royals got him for. That was Jonathan Bolin. Could you go out there and swap JoJo Romero for, let's say, I don't know. I mean, I doubt it'd be a Daniel Lynch for JoJo Romero, but maybe a guy that's blocked in the bullpen if you traded away an Eric Sarantola from AAA or, a young guy that's got multiple years of control. It's a dart throw for the Cardinals. I think that makes sense for both sides there. Relievers have a short shelf life, and then you'd be adding two lefty relievers that can generate a lot of swing and miss. It's something J.J. Piccolo said on Saturday they haven't had over the last couple of years. High value, highly effective, high leverage left-handed relievers. You need those in the bullpen. And Matt Strom can face lefties and righties. They need to go out there and find a lefty who's just really tough on lefties, because how many games last year did they turn to somebody like an Angel Serpa or Daniel Lynch or a Sam Long because they were a lefty and they didn't necessarily have the greatest numbers against lefties?
Yeah.
You need to have somebody where you can stifle a rally immediately because you're bringing in somebody that holds left-handed hitters to a sub-200 batting average.
Alex Lang and Steven Cruz making the club. Is there any problem there or worry there that they won't?
I'd love to see Alex Lang make the roster just because he's a great reclamation project. I remember being super high on Alex Lang when he was with the Tigers.
Yep.
He's a Lee Summit kid, a tremendous spin on his curveball. And the Royals didn't need to give him a major league deal. He was DFA'd by the Tigers. And that to me more so indicates they do see something in him. They do see him rebounding and returning to form. And that excites me. Alec Marsh, I don't believe is going to pitch this year. I think he's still going to be out for the entire year because he had a setback and had surgery. Not to say down the road he couldn't be an option, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be pitching anytime soon. But Alex Lang, to me, that's going to come down to, my projected bullpen has Estevez as the closer, Ursig and Strom as your setup guys. You got Steve Cruz. You got John Schreiber for the time being. You have Daniel Lynch. I have him over Bailey Falter. You also take into account Nick Mears is there. And then that number 8 spot, that can be Big Luinder Avila. That can be Alex Lang. That could be, someone like an AJ Causey down the road. He's going to be in spring training, but I don't see him being on the 40-man roster. Steven Zobak, Eric Sarantola, I guess if they really popped in camp, you could look into it. But to me, if it's not going to be Alex Lang, it's probably Luinder Avila because you traded away Jonathan Bolin.
So what if somebody gets hurt in spring training, late, etc., and assuming all these guys perform up to par, who do you think can wedge their way into the bullpen opening day?
Yeah, it's probably going to come down to the minor league deal guys at that point. You got to see how Hector Neris looks. You got to see how Aaron Sanchez looks. My favorite dart throw of the offseason actually occurred last week, which was Eli Morgan. Eli Morgan was really, really good for Cleveland 2 years ago, worked with Brian Sweeney, and if you go look it up, Eli Morgan credits Brian Sweeney for helping him develop as a reliever when he moved from a starter in Cleveland. And the numbers were great in 2023. The numbers were great in 2024. They weren't great last year for the Cubs, but he was hurt. He had an elbow injury. And, yeah, that can always flare back up again. He got a minor league deal for a reason. Teams don't trust his health. They don't trust him to return to form. But that, to me, strikes if somebody gets hurt in camp and I pitch really well, I can find myself on the roster. Or, better yet, everybody makes it out of camp healthy. And then in the same way Taylor Clark emerged, somebody gets banged up. They're not going to have to worry about Hunter Harvey this year because he's with the Cubs now. But if somebody winds up on the 15-day IL, Eli Morgan's pitching in Omaha effectively. Now he gets his chance. And if you pitch well enough, you won't head back there. That's literally what happened to Taylor Clark last year. It's what happened to Sam Long in 2024 as well. You pitch really well in spring because those guys have to pitch well.
Yeah.
They need to find a spot. So that, to them, spring trading numbers matter. And that's how I evaluate it. When I'm going over numbers, I'm going over stats. If you're a guy in a minor league deal, you can't hit 150 or have a 10-plus ERA and make the roster. That's your only tryout. That's what they have to go off of. And Eli Morgan, to me, has the best chance if someone's banged up to make the team because he's not far removed from his last successful season.
In a couple of weekends, Jack will be down in Surprise doing his normal couple of days of recon, what's going on down there, get some interviews, get some audio and stuff like that. So we look forward to that here in a couple of weeks as spring training is right around the corner. Good stuff, Jack. All right. A little baseball talk there leading into I'm Old Jack's Young, and that's coming up next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
Have you ever dreamed of owning a custom home or love your home, but your kitchen or bathroom just isn't quite right? You Build It Wichita helps you build or remodel smarter, saving you thousands compared to traditional builders and contractors while putting you in control of your project. Join them at a free home building and remodeling seminar Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. They will walk you through the You Build It process and host a live Q&A with real past clients. It's free, informative, and could save you thousands. Reserve your seat today by visiting the You Build It Wichita Facebook page. That's Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. Build smarter. Build with You Build It Wichita.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Follow the Shockers on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
We've gotten better every single year, and progress is made in steps, not leaps. You evaluate the moment, you assess the whole. We're making progress, and I've always said if we'll get better, the market will demand that we get bigger, and we're getting better.
Your home for the best Wichita State basketball coverage all season long is right here on ESPN Wichita.
Usually a drink will do the trick. Take the edge off quick, sitting in the dark with a shared cigarette. Seeing eye to eye and heart to heart. But baby, I'm just getting old. Used to work, but now it don't. A long gone drive. You know the kind where you take a turn and you don't.
I'm old Jack Young.
Why? But it clears your mind.
Chance is here. Just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
I guess. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm in the office. Might as well come down.
Okay.
Free seat available. Keeping it warm for Pat when he comes back.
It's not the Chulse.
No, it's
we're handing it off to the,
it's the
West
Radio Row
Coast.
Rolls.
All right, cool. Pat is coming up next from Radio Row. I'm not sure who this is. Darn it. Give me a hint, Jack. She got a good
Initials are MM.
one. It's not Megan Maroney, is it?
It's not.
Yeah, it's the other one.
Is there another one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is their last name Merrick?
No.
Minnie McCready?
Colder.
The hell of a guess, though. I don't know. Who?
This would be Aaron Morris.
Oh, Marin. That was way off. Merrick. Marin. Yeah, Megan Maroney doesn't sound like that. So I didn't figure it was that. But all right. There we go. Anyway, born on this day, February 3, celebrating his 36th. This guy just disappeared. James White.
This be football?
Yeah, Patriots. Running back,
that
pass
guy.
catcher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Game-winning touchdown in the 28-3, I believe.
Yes. Says here, holds the record for most receptions in a playoff game.
Probably, yeah.
He was Brady's security blanket, big time. Jeff Christie, 57.
This is baseball, maybe?
Nope.
Football?
Yep. Lineman. Jeff Christie, Buccaneers. Vikings. Vlade Divac, 58.
That's basketball.
Yep.
From Serbia.
Yep. I think correct answer by you. Good. Non-Big Four. Marty Jannetty. Need a hint?
Yeah, I might as well.
It's not really a sport.
I hate to do this because I always make fun of people who do, but it's just wrestling.
Yeah, pro wrestler. Yep.
Yeah. I
Tag
guess me and
team
my
with
wrestling
Shawn
buddies don't
Michaels.
like that.
His tag team with Shawn Michaels back in the day is half of the Rockers. Infamously partied like a rock star with Shawn Michaels back in the day. Same day, same year. Kerry Von Erich.
Man, another great wrestler.
Also a wrestler, yes.
The saddest movie ever.
Oh, yeah.
Eric Brothers.
Golly.
Died in 1993.
Have you watched that movie, Shane?
I haven't yet.
Oh,
yeah, you'd need to watch that. It's
I agree.
so good.
I watched it with my brother, and I hugged him right after it. It was brutal.
That's powerful.
Brutal. Just such a difficult movie to sit through.
Ooh.
Yeah. Great movie, though.
Okay.
Highly recommend. If you have brothers, highly recommend it.
Okay.
Or sons. I mean, it's great movie.
Couldn't endorse it anymore, could you? You guys are both crazy.
I mean,
what's it called?
Iron Claw. Is that what it is, Jack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zac Efron,
Oh,
Jeremy Allen
right.
White.
Where could I find
The
said
love
Iron
interest
Claw?
from Baby Driver. What's that?
Where can
Probably
I-
HBO.
Okay. John Jefferson, 62.
I'll go football.
Yes, wide receiver. Chargers, later Packers after that. Jefferson was a deep threat on that Chargers team with Kellen Winslow and Charlie Joyner and Dan Fouts back in the day. One of the first football players I remember wearing goggles, rec specs. Yeah. Fred Lynn, 74.
That's baseball.
That's right. Outfielder. I think Fred Lynn was one of the few people to hit an all-star game grand slam. I believe that's right. Bake McBride. His real name's Arnold, but you wouldn't have known who that is. So I'll give you a fighting chance with
Baseball.
Bake. Yep, outfielder. Fulton, Missouri, it says here. You know where Fulton is?
I don't.
And neither do I. Okay. Bob Greasy, 81.
That's football.
Correct. Two-time Super Bowl champion quarterback. Pro Bowler. Broadcaster. Fran Tarkenton, 86.
Football.
Yes. Legend. Did you know who that was, Chance?
Football?
Fran Tarkenton?
Quarterback, right?
Okay.
Of somebody. What was he famous for?
Vikings. He had the NFL record for passing yards for a long time. And he was also like 0-3 in Super Bowls.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he was on Monday Night Football.
He was also on That's Incredible, which is a TV show.
Yeah. Back when you could get drafted in the NFL and AFL. Wow. 3rd round pick in the NFL, 5th round pick in the AFL.
He had a great career, man.
Yeah, MVP in 75.
Yep.
Passing leader 78, 75, 77.
He was the first, I dare say, Bobby Douglas ran too.
But
he
said
was a
his nickname was
scrambler.
Yeah, that was his nickname.
There you go.
Was what his Wikipedia says at the very least.
Yep. On this day, 1924, Canada beats the United States 6-1 in ice hockey to retain the gold medal that they won in the 1920 Summer Games. It was the first Winter Olympics, 1924.
When's the NHL like country battle that they did last year? USA versus Canada versus Europe. Remember that? Where it was like
vaguely, but
like
I don't
their
know
All-Star break. And
I don't know when it is. I know the
that.
NBA All-Star.
They should have had it this last weekend where there's nothing going on.
Opportunity missed by the NHL right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that'll do it. Let us step aside for Pat Strathman and the Pulse coming your way from Radio Row. Buckle in all the rest of the week long. Pat and the Pulse next.
See you, Bells.
See you, buddy.
Got you loud and clear.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
It's your team, your voice, and your legends. Catch every episode and all the latest at kansasnation.com.
Schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov.
All right.
Sponsored
We got
by
nothing
Pfizer
today
and
in terms
BioNTech.
of reads, right?
And we are all
No
tied up in the bottom
All
of the
right,
ninth.
thank you.
Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. All comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco. When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
So obviously, I had the ACL and the LCL, but everything else was clean. And so, like, as bad as it was as clean as it could be. I found out there's a lot of little things that could happen around that knee that I had never even known. So I was lucky enough, God bless me.
Wichita's sports leader. Wichita's home for ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ News.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. In the first blockbuster of NBA trade deadline week, the Grizzlies trading star forward and former NBA Defensive Player of the Year, Jaren Jackson Jr. to the Jazz for a package that includes Walter Clayton Jr., some veterans, and 3 future first-round picks, reports ESPN's Shams Charania. Memphis now has 12 future first-round picks and created a nearly $29 million trade exception in that deal. Clippers and guard James Harden engaged in discussions about a potential trade ahead of the deadline. Among the teams expressing serious interest, the Cavaliers, and he could be the difference maker for a long Cleveland postseason run, believes ESPN NBA analyst Kendrick Perkins.
The Cavs have been one of the biggest disappointment this season, if not the biggest disappointment. So you add a James Harden who's going to come in and not only could get you 20 plus, but going to make guys around them better, especially guys like Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. You damn right.
All right, Jack, did you get that
Harden
Jeremiah
has veto
Farm
power
stuff
over
too?
any trade. NFL from
Yep,
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
Beautiful.
The Giants will hire Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator. He spent the last 3 seasons as the OC in Kansas City.
LOL. Got egg.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen coming up Wednesday from Drake May's shoulder to Sam Darnold's oblique. I'll tell you which injury I'm more concerned about. It's on Sportsman, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15. Had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of the home of our
What's up, Wichita? Happy Tuesday, everyone, and welcome to our Radio Row coverage from San Francisco. Glad to have you here on this lovely Tuesday afternoon. I'm Pat Strathman. Producing this lovely thing is Jack Johnson. He'll also be contributing throughout the show. It is The Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. You can find us on the radio dial as you drive around town. I haven't looked at the temperature or weather back in Kansas. Here in San Francisco, it is as nice as you think it probably would be. So we're having a blast already, but thank you so much for locking us in to your radio presets. A lot of you have us as preset number 1, so thank you so much for doing that. But a lot of you like to check us out in other areas. We have so many different ways for you to listen to ESPN Wichita. ESPNWichita.com for starters. In the top right corner, you will see a listen live option. Click on that. Media player will pull up, and you can catch us that way. If you would like to listen hands-free and you don't want to drain your phone battery or your smart device battery, guess what? If you have a smart speaker, those things can stay plugged in, and you can listen to us that way. Tell the smart speaker to tune into ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM or KKGQ. The ESPN Wichita app has it all. On the ESPN Wichita app, you can listen to live programming. You can check out podcasts, which I have a feeling a lot of you are going to be doing throughout the week as we have our Super Bowl Radio Row coverage. So please feel free to check out all the interviews that we do. We will also have video up. I believe Chance is already hard at work in terms of uploading those to YouTube. I've already done a few interviews. I don't think we will get to any of them today, but that's because we have 3 live interviews. Had a chance to talk to someone yesterday, so we will get to all that here on the program today. So I highly recommend you going back and checking it out on the podcast page on the ESPN Wichita app or ESPNWichita.com, or you can check out the video. You can check out our digs from San Francisco by going to YouTube, and make sure to hit that follow/subscribe button on YouTube. If you want to be a part of the show, feel free to dial 316-669-4996. That's 316-669-4996. Open lines as of right now, but it's going to be hard to get you in. So I understand if you don't want to call in because you're worried about the time, that's fine. I would encourage using the text line. Text 316-247-0923. Text 316-247-0923. You're going to need both those numbers today because we have 2 different giveaways. We have Kansas Lottery tickets to hand out at some point in today's show. They're back, Kansas Lottery tickets, so I'm sure you're excited about that. You're probably also excited about winning $20 to Tanker Barbecue. You'll need the text line number for that. So those are 2 numbers that you're going to need if you want to win some stuff, courtesy of ESPN Wichita. Make sure to give us a follow on social media. We'll have clips going out on our social media platforms. Already have one up from opening night last night. You can go and view that on our Facebook page, our X account. You can also find it on Instagram. And like I mentioned, YouTube is a place for you. And we are currently broadcasting live on YouTube and on Facebook and on X. Of course, I can't control what the bandwidth looks like, but hopefully it's coming in loud and clear. And if you want to confirm that, head on over and tell me that. Drop me a comment on YouTube, Facebook, or X, just so I can be okay knowing that we're going out over YouTube and all the video platforming just fine. So check us out on all those different platforms if you would. All right, here's what we got for you today. Coming up, we have our normal Tuesday guest. That's always the challenge about Radio Row. You're taking guys who have been a part of the program for weeks, the entire year, and you got to take those guys and you have to either A, move them around, or you work around their schedule. And today we had to move one person, and that is Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle. Instead of being at 3:02, we're going to move him to 3:20. And then after that, we'll look into a Take Two Tuesday, but we also might look into some other stuff as well because you never know who's going to drop on by. Here in the first hour, it's also kind of unique, too, to be here and really lead off with Kansas basketball, but we'll do that here in just a little bit. At 2:25, we'll have Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. I am sad that Matt's not here in person because I love me some Matt Derrick in person on Super Bowl Radio Row, but unfortunately the Chiefs are not in it this year, so no Matt Derrick, but we will still visit with him, and I believe he's still going to be joining Jack in studio, so that should be a ton of fun coming up at 2:25. At the very end of the first hour, we will play some audio from Jeremiah Farms, would be a guy who actually has a Wichita tie here to Super Bowl, if you can believe that. A guy who played at Friends University. I remember watching him when I was actually at Kansas Wesleyan. I always thought he was a good player. Did not see him to get to this point where he's gearing up for a Super Bowl, but that is such a cool story. And I had a chance to visit with him for about 4 minutes yesterday, so we'll play that at the tail end of the first hour. And if we can't get to that, then we'll save it for hour number 2. To kick off the second hour, right at 3 o'clock, so our clock changes a little bit too. Jack has to change everything for the next 4 days, which is challenging. So I'm glad that Jack is able to do that. But we're going to have a former Atlanta Falcon and former Seattle Seahawk, an all-pro guy, and Patrick Kearney. He will join us right at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. confirmed it with him. Should be good to go. I'm sure one of our Seahawk fans who listens to the show religiously, I'm sure they know a thing or two about Patrick Kearney. Well, he'll be joining us coming up at 3 o'clock. With him joining us at 3, we will then have Taylor Eldridge following, coming up at like 3:15, 3:20, around there. And we will talk to him about the Shockers. A loss to Tulsa the other day. Wichita State was keeping up for a little bit, and then Tulsa just exploded. We will recap that game, but also take a look at a very important week for Wichita State this week. So that's all coming your way at 3:20-ish or so. And then at the very, very end of the show, that's when we'll see what we have time for. Take Two Tuesday, but we've already talked to a few people, Sean Merriman being one of them, who's a guy who's been a part of the program for a while, a former WWE wrestler. He's officially retired, Big E. You might recognize that guy. Had a chance to visit with him. I had a wonderful conversation with Matt Harmon of Yahoo Sports that I can't wait to play at some point this week. That Matt was very insightful. Robert Gallery, former number 2 pick for the Raiders back in the day. Robert Gallery and I had a chance to visit earlier today as well. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We have a former Chief that will be joining us on Thursday. Todd Heap and Dennis Pitta, a couple of Baltimore Ravens who were part of the show last year. They'll be joining us again tomorrow. And then I have a few more tricks up my sleeve, trying to work on a few other individuals. So we'll see what we can do. But that's what we got for you today. It is technically day number 2 from Radio Row in San Francisco, and it's all made possible by our wonderful partners. It's presented to you by Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resort, presented to you by Phil's Coins and Bullion, and also presented to you by Davis Liquor Outlet. We appreciate those businesses for supporting this. I was on a Colorado radio station earlier today, and the question was, it was funny. The question was, what are you doing here? Well, we're so used to the Chiefs making it every year that was really the goal, right, for Kansas City to be here. But I go back to my first time going to Radio Row. My first time was L.A. It was the Rams facing the Cincinnati Bengals. And I remember looking at that thinking, wow, this is really cool. But, like, I don't know. Like, it just seemed normal to me in terms of, like, the amount of people. You had more space. You still had to worry about some of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic that we had to worry about as well. And then you get to Phoenix the next year, and boom, a lot more people show up. And then it was Las Vegas, which was a madhouse. And New Orleans was pretty crazy too. San Francisco, there are a good amount of people that are here. A ton of radio stations. And I know we say Radio Row. I'd be foolish to think that it's just Radio Row now. It's Media Row, and they have reflected that with their changes. But we are glad to be here and looking forward to bringing you some great content. Looking forward to chatting some big-time guests throughout the week. And we'll continue to add more and more to our plate. We already have quite a few, but looking forward to adding more as the week progresses. Let's talk Kansas and Texas Tech for a moment, shall we? KU. So last night at opening night, which, by the way, is in Santa Clara, which is an hour and 40 away from San Francisco. It was a long, long day yesterday. We went to opening night, and we get there, and I'm thinking, well, we're not going to be able to watch too much of this KU game. I actually had a chance to watch pretty much the entire second half, so that part was great. And I thought it would be a typical Texas Tech performance down in Lubbock against Kansas. Texas Tech, awfully good at making threes, and sure enough, the Red Raiders were able to nail 3-ball after 3-ball, especially in the second half. They couldn't miss, and they were getting offensive rebounds. They were just looking like the tougher team. And I'm thinking, okay, this is exactly how I would predict this game to go down in Lubbock, because Texas Tech is a really tough place to play. The Red Raiders always have juice there. They have a really, really good team. And when they were making those threes in the second half, I thought KU was toast. And then you saw the toughness of this Kansas team show up once again. You saw just some junk plays is basically the way I would describe it. Trey White just shooting the ball up at the free throw line, hoping to get a foul call, and ends up banking it in. You have just some tough defense around the rim. Texas Tech just couldn't get anything going there in the fourth quarter, or not fourth quarter, I'm sorry, down the stretch, fourth quarter, if you want to break it down. The last 8 minutes of the game were just hell for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. And that's all because of that Kansas defense. And I thought to myself, if Kansas can just get to a point where they can get their top guy, Darren Peterson, an opportunity to do something. Because Tech, I thought, played really well against them defensively. They were very, very physical. They were trying to nine in the ball as much as possible. I thought Tech had a really good game plan to slow down Darren Peterson. They knew that he was the dude. And sure enough, they were trying to take him away from Kansas, take him out of the plan. But then when Kansas was within 3, I thought to myself, what does Bill Self draw up here? Is this the time where we see Darren Peterson rise to the occasion, being available for the finish? What does Kansas look like when Darren Peterson is available for the finish of a basketball game? And you saw exactly what it was like. They end up running a play for Peterson to flare out. He got a screen from Flory Badunga, catch and fire, although when he caught the ball, it looked like he hesitated for a moment, but still popped it anyways and nailed the 3. All right, here we go, tied. And then after that one goes down, you just looked at Darren Peterson and thought, does he do it again? This time on the far side of the floor, rises, nails the 3, and Kansas absolutely steals one on the road in Lubbock, 64-61. Now, Trey White tried to give it away numerous times down the stretch there. I can't get over what Trey White was doing. It almost seemed like he was point shaving out there on the floor, but just a couple of plays where you're like, what are you doing, man? But at the end, Kansas had the best player on the floor. And when you have the best player on the floor, guess what? He can do those things for you. We saw what Kansas can be like with Darren Peterson being available at the very, very end of the game. And you saw what he can do. And boy, isn't that a game changer for Kansas if you can get that moving forward. Now, who knows? Coming up next, you could see Darren Peterson play 20 minutes. But he did log a season-high 35 minutes. He had 19 points in the game. Darren Peterson, in that Kobe Bryant comparison, boy, it seems pretty darn accurate. When you watch the finish of that game, that looked like Kobe at the very end of the game. That's what it looked like. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that he's going to be Kobe at the next level because he still has to prove that he can be out there on the floor for many, many minutes and do it in consecutive games. Don't just do it in one game. He's got to do it throughout the course of the season. But last night was just Darren Peterson showing you what he can absolutely do for this Kansas team down the stretch. And credit to Kansas as a team just in general, because the Hawks, they showed a lot of grit and a lot of fight. Now, Texas Tech also aided Kansas in a couple of different ways in that basketball game down the stretch. There's no doubt that that's the case. But there were times where I thought Kansas would not be able to overcome because the Jayhawks had a couple of turnovers, and you're thinking, boy, this is really uncharacteristic of Kansas basketball. And then you saw them tighten things up. They locked down defensively. And now you look at a Kansas team that is getting a lot of attention from a lot of pundits, thinking that maybe this team is good enough to be in a national championship game. Maybe this team can make it to the Natty. Maybe that could be the case. So we'll see. A long season left, a lot of season left, and we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But last night was one of those games that previous Kansas teams would not have won. They wouldn't have won that, especially on the road. That 10-point deficit turns into 20, and it's a 20-point loss, in my opinion. if that team or the team before the last couple of years, if they were on that floor, I think that 10-point deficit turns into 20, and it ends up being a loss for Kansas on the road in Lubbock. Not the case with this group. And that's why people continue to be encouraged with what Kansas is able to do. And I'm not going to sit here and think that Kansas is going to be a national championship contender. I still want to see what they do against Arizona, Houston. I still want to see that because I think those teams, especially Arizona, I think Arizona is a team well equipped to adapt to any playing style. And I think Arizona is truly a national championship contender. I want to see how they do against them. But last night on the road in that environment, that is a huge building block for Kansas moving forward. Jack, Darren Peterson, and Kansas, the Jayhawks steal one in Lubbock. What do you think of Kansas now following that one? Are you on the board of saying that this team, are you convinced that this team is for sure a national championship contender?
I still think they have a little bit of ways to go before they'd be a national title contender. I'm fascinated to know how they stack up against Arizona next Monday. And then also when those two teams meet in Tucson, they also got to face Houston in Lawrence and Iowa State again in Ames. And those will all be great tests. But this was really, and maybe their biggest test of the season, going on the road and facing a team that was favored to beat them in that type of environment in Lubbock. That was huge to come back from down 10 in the second half. You didn't think that they had it in them, but some big-time shots from Trey White, Flory Badunga, and, of course, Darren Peterson allowed that to happen. And defensively, we can bring up Christian Anderson not being available, but in that same conversation, you need to bring up that for 90% of this season, Kansas either didn't have Darren Peterson or he only played half of the game. And so that's why I don't think there should be that much sympathy for Christian Anderson not playing. Kansas played UConn without Darren Peterson. They played Duke without Darren Peterson, and they weren't able to win those games, and other guys had to step up. And last night, Flory Badunga prevented JT Toppin from stepping up. They had a couple of guys that did play well, but overall, I thought KU defensively was really, really good. That is one of the toughest environments to play in the Big 12. And now that you got that done, you get to have a gimme game on Saturday against Utah at home and then turn around quickly for your biggest test of the season against one of two undefeated teams left and the number one team in the country. You've never beaten a number one inside Allen Fieldhouse. KU will be top 10. Should be a lot of fun. And if the BYU game and some of those other games were any indication of Darren Peterson showing up in the limelight, I'd imagine he's going to play pretty well next Monday against the Wildcats.
I would hope so. Definitely. I didn't have a chance, obviously, yesterday to talk about the BYU game. I thought it was a fine win in the way that they did it. It certainly was a butt whooping, but I still wanted more because of the fact that Darren Peterson played just 3 minutes in the second half, but he logged a season-high 35 minutes last night on the road, and he knocked down two huge shots, 2 threes, that just go to show you how smooth he is. Everyone truly looks at Darren Peterson, and when everyone goes, why would you select him as a number one overall pick? Why would you do such a thing? That is why, people. The last 2 games, that is why. You see the potential. You see the talent. The dude is pretty damn good. And now we'll see if he can do it again coming up on Saturday, although I don't think Kansas is going to need him to be a superstar. But don't overlook that squad coming up on Saturday, and then we all know what's coming up around the corner, as you brought up, Jack. So a heck of a win for Kansas, and a game that was heard right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. That was a thing of beauty last night. And when Kansas fell behind by double digits, I thought, well, it's over now. There's no way they're going to rally, especially the way that Tech has been shooting the 3 ball. That team on the floor last night showed, once again, toughness, grit. And I think this is a squad that's gotten better and better defensively. I know the start of Big 12 play was really rough, but they have tightened some things up defensively. And now if Darren Peterson can be available for you in those games to be a closer, that's Bill Self basketball. Bill Self basketball to a team. All right, we're off and running from our Radio Row spot here in San Francisco. It is buzzing, people. I feel like this Tuesday is busier than the previous 4 that I've been a part of. It's been insane. Lots of stars that are out and about walking around. We'll do our best to continue to get some more big-time stars. Hopefully we'll get some Hall of Famers. I actually have a couple of them that, man, if we can land one, it would be pretty sick, but still got to work some magic in order to make something like that happen. But we are off and running from Radio Row in San Francisco. Radio Row coverage on ESPN Wichita, presented to you by Seventh Grand's First Council Casino and Resorts, presented to you also by Davis Liquor Outlet, and also brought to you by our friends at Phil's Coins and Bullion. This guy did not make the trek, and that's because the Chiefs are not here. But we're still going to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs and about the Super Bowl with Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. He's straight ahead on the Pulse.
You're tuned into the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV is your home for Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on RV roof coating for the ultimate protection of your RV. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant, lasts 3 times longer than your traditional rubber sheet roof, and includes a Toppers Plus lifetime leak-free guarantee. Get your free RV roof inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV. Upgrade your RV at 333 Northwest Street or check us out at toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you! And we are all tied up in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, we'll use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from
Matt
Progressive
joining us in
on how not
studio
to waste
today.
money.
Do you know?
Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings.
What's that now?
I'll check with him.
Have you ever dreamed of owning a custom home or love your home, but your kitchen or
damn it, he
bathroom
made it in the
just
studio.
isn't quite right? You Build It Wichita helps you build or remodel smarter, saving you thousands compared to traditional builders and contractors while putting you in control of your project. Join them at a free home building and remodeling seminar Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. They will walk you through the You Build It process and host a live Q&A with real past clients. It's free, informative, and could save you thousands. Reserve your seat today by visiting the You Build It Wichita Facebook page. That's Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. Build smarter. Build with You Build It Wichita.
Your home's in your hands. You build it.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM is broadcasting live from Super Bowl Radio Row from San Francisco. Pat Strathman will be interviewing the biggest names in sports and entertainment with interviews of your favorite players, coaches, broadcasters, and analysts.
All right, he got Matt. He's on the phone.
On ESPN Wichita is brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet, Seven Clans First Council Casino, and Phil's Coins and Bullion. Radio Row coverage on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
All right, welcome back. We continue the broadcast from Radio Row in San Francisco. No Chiefs, unfortunately. Womp, womp. So that means this guy has the week off, or does he just have – how does it work now? That the season's over? I guess he's just off for the rest of the year until football season. Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com just now on the show. Yeah, Matt, what do you do this week now? What do you do now moving forward? I don't know.
Pat. I mean, I people keep asking me, hey, what are you doing today? And I say, I'm trying to get my life together.
Well, I mean, that's all of us. I mean, let's be real. We're all trying to figure out our lives.
But right now, hey, I'm trying to get ready for the combine, doing my draft work and trying to speak somewhat intelligently about these people. I mean, I still got a lot of work to go and everything because, you want to at least hear about some of these people before the Chiefs draft them, even if it's like undrafted guys and 7th-round draft picks. But there's a lot of players, Pat. There's a lot of players.
Are you happy though that this week that you're not at Radio Row or you're not in San Francisco? Are you happy? Because it's a long week, man. You can say yes. You can be honest and say, you know what? Yeah, I am glad that I get a break after the last 3 years of going to New Orleans and Las Vegas and Phoenix. You get a break for the first time. You don't have to worry about the madness that is Super Bowl.
I'm not ashamed to say it, Pat. I'm a little ashamed, but I'm not embarrassed to say it out loud. I secretly did not want the Chiefs to make this Super Bowl. I'm exhausted. And I mean, and maybe this is good. And you know what? Honestly, seeing some of the shots from last night, from opening night, I actually felt like, man, maybe this would have been a bit. Either this looks like a more streamed down Super Bowl than we've had the last few years, as far as opening night goes, because the last 2 years has been such a. I mean, you've been there. We've been there.
Yeah.
I mean, last year's opening night was poop show.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing productive about it whatsoever.
You would have liked last night for sure. You would have liked last night because it was in a much. No, here's the caveat. All right, nicer, but what's the further Henderson? We had to go out to Henderson, Nevada, which is outside of Las Vegas. What, 30 minutes, 40 minutes on a bus, something like that. To go from San Francisco down to Santa Clara, that's like an hour and a half, Matt. So it's a long, long time on a bus. Like, it is insane. I couldn't get over how long it was. However, the beautiful part about last night is the music was not nearly as loud. You had plenty of space, and you could have done one-on-one interviews. Like I did one with Jeremiah Farms, who we'll hear from at some point in the show today. But I did one yesterday without a microphone, and it sounded crystal clear, and that's because it was much better. It was definitely much more media-friendly last night. Now, no one cares. Everyone listening right now is going, all right, here's this. Hear the sad violin here. I don't give a damn. Talk football, Pat. Stop talking about opening night. But that's just a reality, though. Like, last night was kind of a breath of fresh air. It was quite nice.
I mean, at least from some of the video and the photos that I have seen, I mean, it honestly, here's the thing, Pat. I mean, it looked like it looked and sounded quieter. Yes, absolutely. Better lit. It didn't look like they were trying to turn it into, a halftime show or anything like this with music blaring and lights all crazy and everything like that. And it looked like there was a whole lot less people. So I don't know if just, the Chiefs playing the Eagles and the 49ers just resulted in more audience media participation. And I don't know if they streamlined that or there's just less media interest in this because it's not Patrick Mahomes in a major TV market. I don't know, but it seems like it's a little bit quieter. But to your point, that was the reason why I didn't want the Chiefs to be playing in the Super Bowl, because I knew that everything was going to be so spread out because Santa Clara is not in San Francisco.
No, it's far,
like,
from San Francisco.
You know that all of these events are going to be spread out all over the place because I'm sure that the NFL is probably doing something in Oakland just to, make them feel like that they're part of the whole thing. And, yeah, you're going to be spending all these time on bus rides and traffic and all of this nonsense. And then on top of that, it's going to be expensive as all get out. I'd probably blow my entire year's budget in San Francisco. So,
all right. So now that
I'm just cheap. I'm just cheap, Pat. I'm just cheap.
Well, now that we've spent 8 minutes talking about the loveliness of just what it's like at Super Bowl Radio Row or just media centers or wherever it might be, let's talk about football. Yeah, you brought up how the media, it doesn't seem like there's as many media members out this way. I can tell you Radio Row is still very much jumping. There's still a buzz. There's still a lot of people here. And I got to stop saying Radio Row. It's media. It's a media row nowadays, Matt. This is 2026. It's media row now, so I have to get used to that. But Seattle in New England, yeah, this is what fans are getting. Hey, you didn't want the Chiefs to be in the Super Bowl. Fine. Here's a team that's been in it and was a dynasty before the Chiefs in New England. So have fun with that. But I do really like this Super Bowl because I think it is a breath of fresh air. You have Sam Darnold, who has resurrected his career, gearing up for the Super Bowl. You have Drake May, who has the pressure of being the replacement of Tom Brady. Mike Vrabel comes in and really is that secret sauce to really make it work. Stephon Diggs is a guy, remember when he was standing there watching the confetti fly at Arrowhead? He's standing there watching it in the postgame as a Buffalo Bill, ends up going to Houston, suffers an injury. Now he ends up in New England. Now he's going to the Super Bowl without Josh Allen necessary. I don't know, man. I just think there are so many lovely storylines going into this game coming up on Sunday. Anyone in particular jump out to you, Matt Derrick?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that it feels like there's a lot of storylines, and there's probably some that I'm overlooking. But again, I don't know if it's my distance or just the, to a certain degree, lack of superstars. Is that the right word?
No, that's correct. No, that's correct.
And I mean, and they are two teams led by defense, so it's not like there's not superstars on the defensive side, but those are just kind of maybe sometimes a little bit less attractive storylines or as big of storylines. I mean, to me, it's a little bit the big storylines to me are like the coaches versus the quarterbacks. I mean, Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl be really interesting. There's a lot of aspects of Sam Darnold's backstory that are really interesting. Drake May, if he wins the Super Bowl, I mean, the comparisons to Tom Brady are going to be off the charts, as far as those go and everything. Mike Vrabel, I think the dude got fired last year, and he shouldn't have been fired. He just worked for a really, really dumb organization. But to go from being fired to a Super Bowl champion in a year would be incredible. I mean, Mike McDonald, a really compelling story too. And, those two against each other, I think it's a really interesting matchup. I mean, there are to me some compelling storylines, but, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's my distance from it, but I just don't feel like it's had the star power that Super Bowls have been when, you have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Jalen Hurts and Christian McCaffrey of the world, there. It just seems different.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the one superstar, but it's a superstar in the making. That's Jackson Smith-Njigba. Honestly, that's really the only one that comes to mind. No offense to the rest of the teams or the rest of the players on the teams. I don't want to be offensive because those guys are obviously professional football players. They're doing pretty damn good. But I'm with you. I don't think the star power is quite as massive, but I think it also could just be just a breath of fresh air showing you what the NFL truly is like. And this is honestly the perfect way to describe the season. Although Seattle, New England, give them credit because they were two of the most consistent teams all throughout the year. But it just goes to show you that in the NFL, like truly anything can really happen if you can, get the right people in place and you see what happens when you hire the right coaches and you have the right people backing them. It makes a pretty big difference in the NFL. Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com joining us here on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Matt Nagy lands a job in New York. I don't think that was plan A for Matt Nagy. Maybe this is plan F, but he's somewhere now. Your thoughts on Matt Nagy landing a spot in New York as the offense coordinator of the Giants?
I mean, honestly, I think it might be a better spot than some other places he could have landed as a head coach. Especially since Tennessee would seem to be that, maybe that destination. And Tennessee is going to be a rebuild. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I think that both Tennessee and the Giants have some of the same structural problems, the Giants. I'm not sure that their ownership is as bad as the Tennessee's, but it's close. I mean, it's really, really close. I mean, that's just the Giants management up above. I think from GM up is just a terrible organization. But John Harbaugh should fix that. I mean, he's enough of an alpha and a CEO type to come in and be able to overcome that. And if you're Matt Nagy and you're able to succeed in that job in 1 or 2 seasons, I mean, if you turn around, if you get that offense going, and there's reasons to believe you could get that offense going. I mean, there's some weapons there, and you're not building on like a complete rebuild of a quarterback. Installing your offense. I mean, Jackson Dart was playing for Mike Kafka last year, who runs a lot of elements of the Andy Reid offense, obviously, that Matt Nagy's going to be, installing too. So I don't think it's that bad of a spot from what he's going to have to do and install and the talent that he's working with. He and Harbaugh know each other, so I think that's, part of it. Harbaugh, I mean, let's face it, is one of the best coaches in the NFL. So if he's still got it, I mean, if it's not just that John Harbaugh has lost it, which I don't think that he has. I think all the evidence of what he was still able to be doing in Baltimore, even if the results this year hadn't been as successful, and maybe they haven't had the Super Bowl success that they've wanted to, they've also had to deal with Patrick Mahomes. So, hey, that's going to keep a lot of AFC teams out of the Super Bowl. But this, I think it's a pretty good landing spot for him. And if he makes it work there, then he absolutely will be a head coach in the NFL.
I'm sure you saw the cap number rise and where it's going to be at. How big of a help is that for Kansas City, considering how much cap hell the Chiefs are in going into the offseason?
Yeah, it should be a huge help. I mean, based on the external projections that were out there, I mean, the cap might be about up to $10 million more than people were expecting. Teams have their own expectations. I don't know for sure what the Chiefs' expectation was. I know that it was going to be less than that, so it's at least more than they were counting on. And just so you kind of get how much of a difference $8 to $10 million in the cap announcement can make. Last year, the Chiefs were expecting it to be around the low 270s, and it ended up coming in over 279, close to 280. And because of that, the Chiefs went from being, hey, we can't afford to keep Trey Smith, we're going to have to let him test free agency, to wait a minute, we got enough cap space now that we can tag this guy and try to work out a long-term deal. That was the difference between potentially letting Trey Smith walk and keeping him long-term. Hey, is this enough for them to be able to keep a Jalen Watson or a Brian Cook this year? Maybe. I mean, that could be the difference. Or is it the difference between being able to go out and maybe get a veteran edge rusher that they want, or a veteran running back, to get maybe fill a spot or two even that maybe they weren't planning on being able to fill via free agency, or being able to make a trade and acquire a player. I mean, it should open up a lot of doors. I mean, it's not enough to go out and acquire a $30 million player for sure. But just like the example last year, I mean, $8 to $10 million more in cap space than you were expecting is a big deal, especially when you're the Chiefs, which right now have the least amount of cap space of any team in the NFL in the negative.
How does Kansas City address that? What's the first move? Is it cutting Juwan Taylor? Is that the first move?
That's the first and the easiest. You save almost $20 million there and walking away from Juwan Taylor. So that gets you almost halfway there if you're the Chiefs. And then the next move, I mean, you just restructure Patrick Mahomes' contract, whether you go ahead and do a truly rework deal this year, which was originally the plan, or you just convert some of the bonus and salary money that he's got coming to him and convert that into a signing bonus and stretch it over the next 5 years. He's got like a $78 million cap hit this year. So you can create a ton of cap space, with Mahomes alone. But those two moves, especially now with the cap coming in a little bit higher, you move on from Juwan Taylor, you restructure Patrick Mahomes, you're under the cap for the beginning of the new league year. So that's a pretty easy one for the Chiefs.
I mean, can they continue to restructure Patrick Mahomes, though? I feel like they always kick the can down the road, and at some point you gotta pay, right?
Oh, I mean, you're gonna pay. No matter which structure you use, whether you use the pay-as-you-go like the Chiefs do, where you're spending money that you pay out each year, comes in around the cap, and you just take it as you go. You take the lumps and you spread some things over with restructure, so you stretch it over the next 5 years, or you do void years like the Eagles. I mean, it's where you in theory stretch the cap savings out over a decade. At some point, the reckoning comes. And I still feel like that, for both teams, they're using the best cap strategy for them. For the Eagles, it's all about maximizing the short-term window of Jalen Hurts. Because, hey, I think they're assuming, hey, when they don't have Jalen Hurts anymore, they're going to have to just reboot, have a terrible year, go get their own quarterback. And that's going to happen in the next 5 years. I mean, Jalen Hurts isn't going to be, around for another decade probably. The Chiefs, I mean, they're preparing for, the fact that they're probably still going to have Patrick Mahomes for 8 to 10 years. I mean, they're trying to keep that window open as long as they possibly can. So, yeah, I mean, the day of reckoning is always going to come. And what you're just going to do is you're going to kick the can down the curb until you no longer have your franchise quarterback.
Eric Bieniemy, you had a chance to listen to him since he officially returned as the offensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. So, Eric Bieniemy, his thoughts, anything in particular stand out to you with his first press conference that took place last week?
He wasn't entirely clear, Pat, and I feel like he felt like he needed to underscore it, so I'll do it for him. I don't know if this came across, but he's excited, Pat. He's excited to be back in Kansas City. I think that was blatantly obvious to anybody who listened to him, but
yes,
he felt it was pretty important to remind everybody.
Thanks for the reminder. I'm glad that you reminded all of our listeners who were probably like, "Oh, really? He's really excited. I didn't know he'd be super excited."
Yeah, I mean, you're just reminded of the personality of Eric Bieniemy, and you get why. I mean, he was, I thought, a little bit less so like this as an offensive coordinator, but when he was a running backs coach and you talked to Eric Bieniemy, you completely and totally understood why players just want to run through a wall for this guy. And I think he showed a lot of that last week. I mean, like I said, as an offensive coordinator, I felt like he thought he had to kind of restrict himself at times. I mean, he still shows his personality, though, and I'm hoping we get a lot more of that in Eric Bieniemy the second time around, and maybe he feels like if he just shows who he is on the podiums a little bit more, whether it's because he thinks it might help him get a head coaching job or he just at this point doesn't care and is going to be himself. I don't know, but EB, when he's being just himself, is one of the great people to talk to in the NFL. And like I said, you understand why players want to play for him. And I think you even saw it, from some of the reaction from the Chiefs players. We've heard a little bit from Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce from some thoughts, and we'll get a lot more from those guys. But I think you have seen it from the players who played for him that, hey, even if they have differences with EB, this is a guy that expects the most out of you, and he knows how to push people's buttons. So if you are a fan that is wanting for more accountability, you're wanting more attention to detail, you're wanting more fire on the offense, Eric Bieniemy should bring all of those things.
If I were to press a button for Matt Derrick, should I just say the name Dennis Gates? Is that all I need to say? Is that a button to press for Matt Derrick? Too soon? Too soon?
Hey, we're 500 teams. We know what we are in the SEC. So we're what we are. But hey, here's the thing, Pat. You really can't push a Mizzou fan's buttons that easily. I mean, you have.
You really have to dig deep for it, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to bring up, a minimum Frank Hayes, but you probably have to really, if you want to really get it. Honestly, asking about Eric Bieniemy triggered me a lot more than talking about Dennis Gates. So,
faith and hate, baby. Faith and hate.
Because you better believe it. I almost asked it last week. I mean, if it hadn't been running short and everything, and so I didn't get my second question. My second question to Eric Bieniemy was going to be, hey, welcome back to Missouri. When was the last time you got asked about the fifth down? A few years ago, when during the Chiefs rookie mini camp, they didn't have enough. I don't think they had any rookie running backs in camp, or they only had like one. So EB was like taking snaps during warm-ups just so they could run through some drills and everything. And the next day, I saw EB in the parking lot, and I said, "Hey, coach, I saw you out there on the field yesterday. Were you guys running some fifth down drills?"
Oh, Matt Derrick, never change, my friend. Never change. You enjoy your time off this week. I will not eat for you, and I will not get water for you. I'll do all those things. Although I will say, water-wise, it's been much better today. Again, first world problems of someone being on Radio Row, the things that we have to go through. It's so grueling throughout the week. Honestly, it is a lot, but hey, we'll take it. And if the Chiefs can get back here next year, that would be a thing of beauty. Matt, appreciate your time. As always, you enjoy yourself, and we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, enjoy those free buffets and free concerts and all those other things you can stuff yourself with, Pat. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. Yes, the free stuff. I mean, we did get a free hat yesterday, so can't be too distraught over what happened. There he goes, Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. We'll talk more about the Chiefs at some point this week. We'll try to give you some of those angles with some of these special guests, Robert Gallery, Matt Harmon, a few people who we've talked to already. Hour 2 is approaching. I don't think we're going to have enough time to get to the Jeremiah Farms interview, and that's okay. I would rather save that for hour number 2 and play it in its entirety. It's only 4 to 5 minutes long, but I don't want to push things at the top of the hour. Although we do have to change some stuff, though. We won't have a Sports Center at the top of the hour because of how the clock changes. But we are here at Radio Row in San Francisco. Glad to be bringing you this Radio Row coverage. This is our 5th straight year doing it. We are truly blessed to be able to do this, and I am glad to be here. I know we joke, and there are all these things that might not be great, but in the grand scheme of things, we're here, which is impressive. Truly impressive. All right, we got a break. When we return, your chance to win $20 a Tinker Barbecue. That's next on The Pulse.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
January is the perfect time to explore something new at Auburn Wine and Spirits. Discover unique wines, handcrafted spirits, and exciting non-alcoholic options curated by a knowledgeable team ready to help you find your next favorite. Join us for in-store tastings and educational experiences throughout the month. Visit Auburn Wine and Spirits at 320 North Rock Road or Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple for quality selection and friendly service you can trust. AuburnSpirits.com.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Coming up, we will have a special guest. Patrick Kearney is going to join us at 1 o'clock at the top of the hour. Already had a chance to speak with him a little bit. They should be swinging on by, and we will talk about his career as a Seahawk and Falcon. But he also has a tie to Kansas. He saw Wichita, and he was just like, hey, I know a thing or two about Wichita. I'm sure you do. So we'll talk to Patrick Kearney coming up here in just a little bit. Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle will join us after that around 3:20-ish or so. And then at the very end, we will take that Jeremiah Farms interview, and we will play it at the very end of the show. Jeremiah Farms, former Friends Falcon, practice squad / roster guy just in general, because he kind of goes back and forth. But Jeremiah Farms is all set to play for a Super Bowl, or at least be involved in some fashion, which is really, really cool. So we'll get to all that coming up in hour number 2. Right now, let's give you a chance to win $20 to Tanker Barbecue. I need you to text your guesses to 316-247-0923. Our burnt end of the hour trivia question brought to you by Tanker Barbecue, located at 620 at West Maple, just around the corner from where we reside at Equity Bank Park. They have all sorts of amazing specials. Today, I'm trying to blank on what today's special would be. I know tomorrow would be the Italian beef sandwiches, which are really good. Thursday, you have the brisket pizza, which is the die for. Friday, you have the bone-in pork chops, which is great. You have a half-pound burger on Saturday as a special. So they are serving up some great specials on a regular basis. But, of course, the typical staples like burn ends and so on and so forth, that is also the die for there at Tanker Barbecue. Burnt end of the hour trivia question brought to you by Tanker Barbecue. You should go and see them open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 until 7. So make sure to check them out at Tanker Barbecue. Jack, burnt end of the hour trivia question.
The all-time leading rusher for the Seattle Seahawks is, of course, Shaun Alexander. All you need to do is tell me who is the second leading rusher, and he's actually the second leading rusher by 1 yard over Kurt Warner, spelled with a C. So you just need to tell me who the second all-time leading rusher in Seattle Seahawks history is.
All right, second all-time leading rusher for the Seahawks. Text your guesses to 316-247-0923. Who is number 2 for rushing yards for the Seahawks? Text 316-247-0923 for your chance to get $20 to Tanker Barbecue. Second leading rusher for the Seahawks behind Shaun Alexander. 316-247-0923. Who is it? Text your guesses to 316-247-0923. And I'm sure we'll be searching for the correct answer here for a little bit. I don't know how well first people are for the Seahawks. I'm getting a couple of obvious ones, but don't think of that person. It's someone else. There's your hint. 316-247-0923. Second leading rusher in Seahawks history. Text 316-247-0923. Hour 2 straight ahead. And we'll kick it off with Patrick Kearney when we return.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM is bringing you all the sights and sounds from Radio Row in San Francisco. Listen all week as the Pulse broadcasts live with all the latest, and we'll bring you interviews with all the players, coaches, and analysts as we get set for the 49ers and Seahawks. Your home for the best coverage of the Super Bowl. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is the spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Hi, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Brian Davis with another great special on Crown Royal 1.75 liters, only $49.99. Plus, grab Truly 12 packs, just $15.99. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and operated. Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
Follow the Shockers on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
We've gotten better every single year, and progress is made in steps, not leaps. You evaluate the moment, you assess the whole. We're making progress, and I've always said if we'll get better, the market will demand that we get bigger, and we're getting better.
Your home for the best Wichita State basketball coverage all season
Wichita's
long.
sports leader,
ESPN Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3
Wichita's
FM.
sports leader.
ESPN Wichita.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi with Thursday's NBA trade deadline looming. ESPN's
Okay, we're playing the SportsCenter deal because Patrick's not here quite yet.
Forward
So
and former NBA Defensive Player of the Year Jaren Jackson Jr. to the
Okay,
Jazz
do we want
for
to
a
play the
handful of
4-minute
players
interview?
and 3
No.
first-round picks. Sentiment around NBA front
he's going to be
offices,
done here in
the
about
Jackson
2
trade
seconds.
changes what Memphis can expect in a potential
All
Ja
right.
Morant
I'm just
deal.
saying that's
Explains
the
ESPN's Brian
sports
Windhorst.
center.
Instead of trying to trade Ja for as much
since
value
we have
as
to
they
go
can, which
quarterly
frankly,
on some
there's not as
breaks,
much value
we
for Ja.
might
They
not
now,
have to
executives believe,
hit
can
the
take on
sports center at the
salary
top of
because
the
they've
hour. If
offloaded
that
this
makes
$200
sense.
million
We're good
that they
today,
were
though.
owed to Jackson.
Got it.
They can sort of use Ja as a trade piece to balance out salary, take back bad money, and receive assets for that.
Multi-team trade, Jaden Ivey, Mike Conley Jr. to the Bulls, Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric to the Pistons. Detroit got a sharpshooter in Huerter and a 2026 first-round protected swap from the Timberwolves. Chicago gets both young and veteran guards. Celtics added needed front court help, acquired center Nikola Vucevic and a second-rounder from the Bulls for Anthony Simons and a second-round draft pick.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen coming up Wednesday from Drake May's shoulder to Sam Darnold's oblique. I'll tell you which injury I'm more concerned about. It's on Sportsman 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the O-V. I used to move snowflakes.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 here for the Pulse, officially underway. Broadcasting from Radio Row in San Francisco. Radio Row coverage presented to you by Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resort, Phil's Coins and Bullion, and Davis Liquor Outlets. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Pat Strathman. Producing and contributing to the show today is Jack Johnson. 316-247-0923 is the text line. Got a bunch of you text your guesses for who's number 2 in Seahawks history for rushing yards. So that's tremendous. Thanks for that. But be ready because we will give you a chance to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. That will be happening at some point here in the second hour. And in order for you to win, you're going to need to call 316-669-4996. Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle joining us here in a little bit. We will play the Jeremiah Farms interview that I was able to do yesterday at opening night down in Santa Clara. We will get to that coming up later on at the very end of the show as well. But we sit and wait for Patrick Kearney. In the meantime, remind you that we are streaming on ESPNWichita.com as well as the ESPN Wichita app. If you do want to go back and catch our interviews from Radio Row, you can totally do that. ESPNWichita.com has a podcast page. You can also see the ESPN Wichita app. The ESPN Wichita app will give you access to all those different podcasts as well. In addition to the ability to listen to those things, you can also go and watch all of our videos on YouTube as well. Check out our YouTube channel, ESPN Wichita 92.3 on there. So we sit and wait for Patrick Kearney. I know he was wrapping things up. Here comes Patrick right now, and we will get him ready to rock and roll. Of course, you know, the unique thing about us being here is we're kind of trapped in some ways. We're kind of trapped here. It's really strange, right? Because like we're surrounded by all these different backdrops. So it's kind of hard for people to get to us. But Patrick has made his way over here. Patrick Kearney is officially in the house. How's it going, Patrick?
Pat, it is going great. Thank you for having us on.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for dropping by. It's a pleasure to be here. Oh, hey, I didn't realize that there was another one who's going to join us. What is this? This is what you call an audible on the fly. Who do we have here?
Tom Lakovic, co-founder of Better Brain.
What's up? How's it going, man? Thanks for joining us. See, I have stuff in front of me, but sometimes you don't get everything. So thank you for joining as well. How's everything going so far?
That's exciting. It's exciting.
You having a blast?
It's a menagerie of football.
Is it a little chaotic? I mean, come on. It's always chaotic here.
It's a little chaotic, but it's a lot of fun.
Oh, okay, good. Tell me a little bit about Better Brain, and then we'll transition to Patrick over here. Since you sat on down, we'll let you talk about Better Brain first.
Yeah, real quick. We started Better Brain about 3 years ago to make sure that families had what my family didn't, which is really good scientific information that they can practically apply in their lives to improve the performance of their brains and hopefully never get dementia or Alzheimer's.
Oh, man. Well, thank you so much for being here, Patrick. I mean, how big of a deal is it to be here to represent Better Brain as well?
It's a great honor. Getting to be associated with this company has been life-changing for me because not only have I worked as an advisor, but I've gone through the process. And as a former player, right, you leave the game and how much you wonder about the price paid between the ears only increases with time. And for 15 years, I took the path of ignorance is bliss because there wasn't really anything that could accompany bad news other than sympathy. And so if that was the case, I was going to choose to not really look at any damage done. I became familiar with Better Brain. I spent months digging in on the research around which the company was built and realized this is extremely real. This is something that can change my life. It can drastically change the life of many of my former teammates and friends and really can change the life on a society basis because Alzheimer's dementia is the number one health concern for people over 40 in America. They have gotten to an age now where they have either witnessed a loved one or have a close friend witness a loved one go out in that manner and have rightfully become fearful about it. The great news about Better Brain is the fact that you don't have to be fatalistic about it. If there was damage done, whether it was on a football field, an ice hockey rink, in a car accident, in the military, right, that is a factor. It lends to, it's a risk factor towards Alzheimer's dementia to have a traumatic brain injury, repeated subconcussive blows like I went through, things of that nature. But it's only one variable. And there's many, many other variables over which you have control through your exercise habits, through your diet habits, through your sleep habits that also play a role and can overcome damage done between the ears.
All right, former Falcon, former Seahawk. What's it like seeing Seattle in a Super Bowl going up against the Patriots coming up here this Sunday? Sam Darnold leading the way of all people. No one thought that Sam Darnold would be playing for a Super Bowl when he was with the Jets and then the Panthers. Maybe a little bit with the Vikings, but you see what he's doing with Seattle. Obviously, it's pretty darn impressive. I know you're on the defensive side. We'll talk about the defense a little bit, but what about Seattle just getting back to this point, playing for a Super Bowl?
I think it is so cool, the risk that John Schneider took in moving on from a good quarterback in Geno Smith, a great wide receiver in DK Metcalf, and another excellent wide receiver who was a staple, TJ Lockett, a staple of sort of the first go of the Seahawks short dynasty, if you will, to move on from them, and then for Jackson Smith and Jigba to see that and rise up and perform the way he has. It's just amazing. That just doesn't happen. So I really respect John and the moves he made and the way this team has responded on the offensive side of the ball. I think, investing a first-round pick in Gray Zabel boosted their running game and just quickly made them a very complete offense.
What about the defense for Seattle? I think that's the beauty of this Super Bowl in particular. Maybe quarterback-wise doesn't feel like there's a lot of star power there, but defensively, I mean, as a defensive guy, a lot of the defensive guys don't get a lot of pub, right? I mean, you just go out there, you grab your lunch pail, and you go to work. These two defenses seem to be pretty darn solid. How about Seattle on the defensive side of the ball? What stands out about the Seahawks in your opinion?
Well, I love that three of their defensive line studs are in double digits right now. Jaron Reed, year 10, Marcus Lawrence, year 11, Leonard Williams, year 11. And these guys have found the fountain of youth. They're playing fast. They're playing hard. They're affecting the quarterback with four people. It's a big challenge for the Patriots. I think one that Mike Vrabel will respond to with some pretty good creativity. He has to address it. It's the number one scoring defense in the league. But they've been a joy to watch. They play fast. There's guys from the secondary making plays in the field. There's DeMarcus Lawrence, causing fumbles in the running game. They clearly play with passion, with speed, and just a great deal of effort.
Are you a Seahawks fan too, Tom?
I'm with Patrick, so I am today.
Okay. That's the best answer.
My man.
You can share the real answer. If you want to reveal you're a Chiefs fan, that's fine, because that's what we are. I'm sure Patrick in some ways. Come on.
Oh, my daughters, they love the Chiefs.
Yeah,
right?
see?
They have been raised.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been raised in the Chiefs kingdom, this dynasty, with their mother leading the way. And then you add Taylor Swift. Like, I don't know. This is my year to try to get them back, but it's hard.
It could be worse. You could be from Cleveland, and I've been depressed for a century.
Well, there could be hope for the future, hopefully. I don't know. It's hard for Cleveland.
You can't even say it with a straight face.
It's so hard. And I have a niece. I have a niece that lives in Cleveland now, so I'm trying to root for Cleveland because I want her to be able to experience what's been done in Kansas City. But obviously, it's a little bit tougher in some places than others. So yeah, you're in Chiefs Kingdom, and here you are, of course, talking about Seattle, but there's no Chiefs being here at the Super Bowl. And, of course, everyone's thinking the sky is falling because the Chiefs are not here. But, of course, an organization that's done quite well over the years. In your opinion, when looking at the Chiefs, what do they got to do moving forward to try to get back to the biggest stage of them all, getting back to the Super Bowl?
They got to shore up that offensive line. I mean, it's sad that Patrick is having to overcome an ACL, and will almost certainly start the season on the PUP list. But if that offensive line isn't addressed, or you don't get more people involved in the protection, it doesn't bode well for Patrick. No matter how amazingly talented he is, it's hard to distribute the ball effectively when you're ducking 300-pound people on a regular basis.
I'm surprised that you went offensive line. You didn't say anything about the pass rush. I was expecting it to be like, hey, I mean, pass rush wise, it needs to be better. That was my thought.
It's just their offense has been their signature.
Yeah.
Right. The Mahomes to Kelsey to the rotation of wide receivers. They've all worked each year, and this year it didn't, because Patrick was getting hit a lot.
Take me back to the Virginia Cavalier days. What was it like there in Virginia? Because you think Virginia, I think a lot of people consider it to be a football powerhouse, right? I think that's a fair thing to say.
Yes.
No, but
okay. They weren't alive in 1998, though. That was
that's right. What's great, and I'm very, very proud of the program this year. Finishing with 11 wins and beating a good Missouri team in their bowl game. One thing that has
KU boy, I'm glad you brought that.
Yeah, that's right. The struggle is when we're not nationally significant, and it pains me when I have to go through a decade, 15 years, and people ask, "Oh, where did you play at college ball?" I say, "At Virginia." Back when we were nationally significant.
Oh, they have a team?
Yeah, right. Or what was worse is how.
Oh, you mean Virginia Tech?
That was the worst. That's the question, the follow-up question I get all the time, and I have to say no, the University of Virginia. So, anyways, I'm bullish on Tony Elliott. I'm bullish on their plan to sustain this success. My 4 years there, as I like to say, we weren't going to win a national championship, but if you were trying to win one, you did not want to see us on your schedule, and that's who we were, and that's how I'm proud of who we were, and I think who we can be, for the foreseeable future.
Love it. What about your days in Atlanta? We'll talk about Seattle here in a little bit, but you were selected by the Falcons. So anything in particular stand out about your time in Atlanta there with the Falcons? What really was it like to play for Atlanta back then?
Yeah, it was a period of transition in terms of Arthur Blank taking over from the Smith family. Michael Vick getting drafted. He's obviously at the level of athlete that changes the trajectory of a franchise. As I was talking about earlier, he was, and maybe still is, the most genetically gifted athlete alive, and it's not hyperbole. And so it was fun to have a front row seat to that. I got to watch him in practice every day, do things that people didn't even get to see on Sundays.
Yeah, what was it like going up against that?
Well, luckily we weren't allowed to hit quarterbacks in practice, and so I was
so not much has changed.
Yeah. I would have had him. That's what I always say. Knowing very well the truth, but nonetheless, yeah. So he was something else to watch. Mr. Blank, he bought the team. He got rid of these awkward green seats that filled the Georgia Dome, filled it with red and black seats, lowered ticket prices to get people in the upper decks, and built the fandom of the Falcons. So it was fun to be part of that ascension.
Yeah, and then you end up in Seattle. What was kind of going through your head when you ended up going from the South, where it's always humid and hot, to go to Seattle, where it's nothing but rain the entire time. So, of course, you're playing football, so you can, it's whatever contract, you're able to play football. That's the most important thing. But being able to play for the Seahawks, what was your time like with the Seahawks?
It was fantastic. I mean, first and foremost, I met my wife in Seattle, so that's the absolute home run. If you told me 20 years ago I was going to meet my wife who was from Kansas City and we'd meet in Seattle, I wouldn't have believed you, but nonetheless, very lucky that I did. It was a great 3 years there. I went there because of my options in free agency. I thought they were the best chance to win the Super Bowl. The money was just about even between Tampa, Denver, and Seattle. But Seattle was, I see my old teammate Matt Hasselbeck around here. I played against him. I didn't like it. So you can't beat him, join him. I thought he was the best option at quarterback to be on a team that would win a Super Bowl. And of those three options, we were the best option over those 3 years. Didn't get where we wanted to go. Our team got old, myself included. Myself and other, sort of senior leader players, and they went on the operating tables in the off seasons. And, at that point they transitioned soon into Pete Carroll and on to what they were.
Yeah. And obviously here they are getting ready to play for another Super Bowl. I hope, and I was just telling someone this the other day, it's like I hope that Seattle has the ball, they're down, they're at the goal line, instead of passing, they run the football. I mean, come on, right? Yeah. I mean, that would be so poetic.
That would be amazing.
So poetic.
That would be amazing.
Just saying, it'd be so poetic. So, oh man! But as you brought up, so you're in Chiefs Kingdom now. So you're like, I love how I walked up to you. Oh, Wichita. Yeah. Like, okay, so Patrick's already well versed. He already knows what's going on in the city of Wichita, which is fantastic. So, what's it like, being there in Kansas City and being around in the Midwest and I mean, as you brought up, meeting your wife in Seattle and then going back. I mean, who would have thought that? It's a 1 in a million type of thing, right? In order for that to happen. But what's it like being a part of the Midwest now after your playing days in Seattle and Atlanta?
Yeah, it's great. It's really become our regular spot for Thanksgiving. Flying back. Her whole family's there. 3 sisters, a brother, and I think 17 grandchildren. And so it's fun for my kids. Yeah, a fertile family.
Hey, I'd say I have 2 daughters, and my mom and dad, those 2 daughters are now they're up to 14 grandchildren. So
Yeah.
I can, youngest of 7 in my family, so I can relate as someone who part of 6.
I'm one of 6. Yeah,
one of
youngest
6. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. You did your research. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I try.
Yeah. But no, I love Kansas City. Just people are friendly there. We live outside of New York City, and I don't know if it's people are not friendly, but they're just really busy, and so they're on the go and don't really have time to talk. Where in Kansas City, people are just when they say hi, how are you? They want an answer.
Yeah, it's not just just walk by, just look down, don't look at anyone. It's much different in the Midwest.
Yeah, young infrastructure, clean grid system, easy to get around. I have a deep affinity for Kansas City, and it made the best woman I know.
Yeah, hey, that's great. Are you from Cleveland? Where are you from?
From Cleveland, raised 3 kids in Memphis, moved to Colorado.
Okay, so you really kind of Cleveland, Memphis, Colorado. So obviously Colorado is a nice spot to be at, of course. There's nothing wrong with that. Tell me your background. Obviously talk about Better Brain, but let's learn a little bit more about your background. We just heard a little bit there about where you lived, but have you always been in this type of field, this type of industry for your entire career?
Most of my career is in healthcare and technology. And actually, just speaking of fertile families, I was the first of 29 first cousins and siblings to go to college from Euclid, Ohio.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Did that. And then mostly business and technology, and mostly actually working with governments and big companies. And what I realized over like 25 years of doing that in healthcare was that they just weren't innovating very much. And so they mostly kept the status quo going. And then when everything happened in our family with my mother-in-law and her Alzheimer's, just thought, what a good time to try to innovate. So that's what we've been doing.
Okay. So do you have, we all know people with Alzheimer's. Who do you think? My wife's mother, who is no longer with us, she had dementia, passed away when we were actually getting ready to go out on our second date. And I'll never forget that phone call. I was like, man, hey, you take time. We don't need to talk for a little bit. It's totally fine. But things ended up being okay. But she was diagnosed when Kara was a sophomore in college, and she made the decision when she got done with college that she was going to stay at home and she was going to be her caregiver, because she saw how it was on her dad. And so that's kind of my connection there of being really thrown into. I never really had a chance to interact with her mom, obviously, so I never got to see that. But just hearing stories about just kind of how it took a toll on her dad and still does take a toll on her, just knowing what it could have been like if that didn't happen. Those are stories that I feel like are common out there. So, kind of know your background a little bit. Any particular background or any particular story that jumps out to you when it comes to dementia and Alzheimer's that makes you go, I want to be a part of this to make sure I'm going out there and spreading the message as to how important it is to go out there and keep this all in mind for future players.
Yeah, I've been very blessed to not have anybody directly in my family affected by Alzheimer's. I've unfortunately had to have close friends go through it, and as you talk about with the burden on your dad, it's so hard on the caretaker to see a loved one every day and wonder if they're going to recognize you.
Yeah.
I think about being the victim of Alzheimer's and saying goodbye to people while you're still physically present, and the torture that would be. It's just the fact that there is at least a way to defer that significantly, if not prevent it, is so moving to me. It's why I'm here and why I've chosen to be a part of the Better Brain journey.
So for those listening, how they go about learning more about Better Brain?
Check out betterbrain.com. We have our base offering is free forever. So if you want to get access to really good science, use our AI tools, all free forever. So betterbrain.com. And then if you're someone that wants to get a little bit more insight into your own body and your brain, or you want to get some additional coaching, we have some additional offerings, oftentimes covered by insurance. But mostly we want people to just check out the free offering and just get as much mostly in these conversations, by the way, I'm sorry to hear about your wife's family, right? It's awful. And so most of the time, it's just such a negative kind of conversation. People don't want to talk about it. Totally understandable. We want people to know there actually is this really good news. And we're trying to get the situation that happened in your family to happen to as few and ideally no one people. So the main thing, start to learn some of the most of the science is new. It's only in the last 5 or 10 years that we've really, as a society, started to understand what we can do to not end up with dementia. So just educate yourself. And if it's not through Better Brain, find another credible source to get some good information from.
Love it. You guys are spreading a very, very good message here on Radio Row. So thank you so much for joining me, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you, Pat.
All right, we got to take a break. When we return, we'll be joined by Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
AMR Clinical is welcoming adults 18 and older with type 2 diabetes to take part in an innovative clinical research study focused on weight management. If you're overweight or obese, have been on stable diabetes therapy for at least 3 months and meet additional criteria, you may qualify. Participants will receive all study-related care and investigational medication or placebo at no cost and may be compensated up to $7,700 for time and travel. Call AMR Clinical today, 316-867-6329, or visit amr-clinical.com.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
Have you ever dreamed of owning a custom home?
Got Taylor.
Or love your home, but your kitchen or bathroom just isn't quite right? You Build It Wichita helps you build or remodel smarter, saving you thousands compared to traditional builders and contractors while putting you in control of your project. Join them at a free home building and remodeling seminar Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. They will walk you through the You Build It process and host a live Q&A with real past clients. It's free, informative, and could save you thousands. Reserve your seat today by visiting the You Build It Wichita Facebook page. That's Thursday, February 12th at 6:30 at Shields. Build smarter. Build with You Build It Wichita.
Your home's in your hands. You build it.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond?
Sorry, Jack, I'm here.
Maybe Roy
Got
is
Taylor.
just bird
All right,
speak for
thank you.
save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM is broadcasting live from Super Bowl Radio Row from San Francisco. Pat Strathman will be interviewing the biggest names in sports and entertainment with interviews of your favorite players, coaches, broadcasters, and analysts. Radio Row coverage on ESPN Wichita is brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet, Seven Clans First Council Casino, and Phil's Coins and Bullion. Radio Row coverage on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Did you whisper in my ear the things you want to feel? I'll give you anything to feel it coming.
We continue the broadcast live from San Francisco. Radio Row coverage presented to you by Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resorts. Also brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlets and our friends at Phil's Coins and Bullion. Right now, let's talk some Shockers. We had to move him around a little bit because of our schedule here in San Francisco, but it's always a treat when we can have a Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle. He joins us now. Taylor, glad to have you back on the program. Wichita State men's basketball had an opportunity on Sunday to truly make some noise when the Shockers went down to Tulsa to face the Golden Hurricane. 4-point deficit at the break. Second half, you saw Tulsa pull away. The Golden Hurricane showing people out there in the country just how good they are offensively. And Tulsa is able to pull away for a 10-point win, 93-83. Seemed like a prime opportunity that was squandered there by Wichita State. What was really the storyline to you in the game from Tulsa, Oklahoma on Sunday?
Yeah, it was just Tulsa is legit. They looked every bit like the advanced stats make them look on paper. They have a top 20 offense in the country, and they look like it. That is just a high octane attack. They got shooters just about everywhere. Really love their big guy. He can distribute at the top of the floor, and they just kind of picked WSU apart. Shockers never really found a solution to slow them down. Even in the first half where they were going blow for blow, that was because, Kenyon Giles was, keeping them in it with his shot making. So they never really slowed Tulsa down. Tulsa just kept going, and Wichita State faltered there after halftime. And that was kind of the story to me, was just that, man, Tulsa, they are, legitimately good.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They were terrific when you put up 93 points, and you knew that the 3-point shooting would be a concern, but that wasn't really the issue in the game. Wichita State had 7 threes compared to the 8 there for Tulsa, so it's not like that was a big difference. Not only that, but Tulsa only had 1 3 in the second half, but yet shot 72% from the field. That Shocker defense has definitely faltered at times throughout the year. What led to such an efficient second half for Tulsa on Sunday to get the win?
Yeah, it was basically a layup line after halftime, and it does have something to do with that 3-point prowess of Tulsa, because they put so many shooters on the floor. That affects spacing. That puts stress on the defense. And I did a little Twitter breakdown looking at, how they were able to get some of those layups right after halftime. And it was because they were exploiting, Wichita State's defense. And WSU was basically trying to top lock their shooters, which is, playing on top of them, not letting them use the screens to, on the perimeter. So they were basically top locking them. They were preventing them from coming off the screens for 3-point shots. And what Tulsa did after halftime was, instead of, having those shooters run head first into WSU guys who are waiting for them, they started using that against WSU and started back cutting. And like I said, because they have that 5 initiating the offense, well, now Will Berg is all the way out to the 3-point line. WSU doesn't have any rim protection. And because they were top blocking, they were on the wrong side. And when Tulsa started doing the back cuts, they were just getting layup after layup. And, that was kind of the story of the game. Wichita State just kind of, pick your poison. And that's what they picked. And like I said, they never really found a solution. They tried to change some things up. Nothing really worked. And Tulsa just kind of had their way with the Shockers, especially on offense, basically the whole game. And then WSU really disappointed afterward in their physicality. They thought that kind of showed up. The lack of physicality showed up in a lot of those problem areas on defense and rebounding, even, finishing at the rim on offense. So there was a lot of that lack of physicality. That was kind of the constant theme for Wichita State in that loss. And kind of troubling, because that's their identity. That's what they kind of built this team around. It's like, hey, we're going to dominate the glass. We're going to be tough. And that was what WSU was doing, in that 3-game winning streak. And, Tulsa, in basketball terms, they kind of punked them, on the glass and in the toughness categories. So that was kind of eye-opening for Wichita State.
Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle here on the Pulse and ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Wichita State falling to Tulsa on Sunday. Kenyon Giles in the first half was pretty darn good. He had himself a good day with 17 points in total, but all 17 of those points coming in the first 20 minutes. He was shut out in the second 20 minutes of play. What did Tulsa do to eliminate Kenyon Giles, and what does Wichita State have to do moving forward to make sure it doesn't happen on a more regular basis as teams continue to try to take away the top scorer there for Wichita State?
Yeah, we've seen it before. The FAU game kind of comes to mind where, KG gets shut out the second half. That one, I thought FAU was the reason why they were playing excellent defense and they were doing things to take him out. This one, I didn't really think Tulsa did anything special. When you watch the KG possessions after halftime, he got, his usual brand of shots. Yeah, they're fadeaways. They're relatively tough shots, but he's a tough shot maker. He can make those, and he was making them in the first half. I thought that was the case where he just shots weren't falling. Tulsa, give them credit. I do think they did a pretty good job on them. They the only thing you can do with them is just try to make it hard on them. Just try to be there on the contest, and I thought Tulsa did a good job of that. But like I said, KG is a proven tough shot maker. He can make shots like that. I thought it was just the case where they didn't really, they didn't fall. And then one thing that I thought WSU didn't really do a lot of was those, drag screens in transition that he had so much success with, and he had success with them in the first half. I have to go back and watch a little bit more carefully, but it didn't seem like after halftime they were having those high ball screens, near half court set enough for him where he's able to attack, and he's so good at, splitting that double team and making things happen, whether it's a pull up or finding a teammate. It didn't seem like WSU did a ton of that after halftime. Again, I have to go back and double check that, but that's kind of the gist that I got. Wasn't so much what Tulsa did. It was just, shots didn't fall. And then, like I said, when Wichita State's offensive rebounding dries up, man, the offense, it gets, margin of error is very, very thin because they just really, really struggle to finish around the rim. And then if KG can't bail them out, with tough shot making, their options dry up pretty quick.
Yeah, and the other options from an offensive standpoint, you have Will Berg, who pours in 16 points. Drake Kendall and TJ Williams combined for 22. I know Karan Boyd added 10 as well, but just coming off the bench with TJ Williams, Will Berg, and Drake Kendall, it seems like with TJ Williams, he's still trying to get back in the swing of things. I would hope that he can continue to develop and maybe explode and get back on track there for Wichita State. But Will Berg has really just been a more consistent guy, I feel like, in the last couple of weeks. And rebounding wise, it's always been key for Will Berg, but it feels like he's starting to kind of get in rhythm for this Wichita State team. Your thoughts on the post play of Will Berg these last couple of games for Wichita State?
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, the game where, they struggle just about as much as they have finishing around the rim. That was Will Berg's probably best game finishing. He was really good, career high scoring. And that's something that, WSU needs because, like we talked about, they don't have very many consistent sources of offense outside of Giles. And when he's, not, in Super Saiyan mode, WSU needs to have, places to go on offense. And I think Will Berg is steadily becoming that more consistent scoring option. And, it's probably not a coincidence. He's just not really had much court time. So, the more and more he plays, the more consistent, more comfortable he's getting out there. And I think that's not a coincidence. So that was the bright spot, from that Tulsa game, was seeing Will Berg kind of become that, more consistent scoring option for WSU. And, he's a big target down there. He's really tough on the glass. And should be pointed out, WSU's rebounding issues did not stem from him. If you go back and watch, it's all the guards, a lot of the forwards, the wings. Those were the guys that were getting consistently beat. It wasn't him or Okorafor. So I think that's going to be the lesson that week, this weekend from that film study is that the wings, the guards, they have to be better on the glass.
Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle here on the Pulse and ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Wichita State facing Charlotte coming up tomorrow. And Taylor, well, this is a pretty important stretch. I was talking to Coach Paul Mills last week, and I know he's just looking one game at a time, as he should be, but that there's a 5-game stretch where you're facing teams near the top of the standings. Tulsa twice. You have Charlotte, a game in which you have revenge on the mind. Then you go to New Orleans to face Tulane, and then you have South Florida as well on February 11th before you go to East Carolina, and then you face Temple, where it maybe lightens up a little bit. But I feel like in the game against Charlotte coming up tomorrow, initially with that loss on the road, yeah, it still stings. You shouldn't surrender an 18-point lead and lose it in double overtime. That should never happen. But now you look at Charlotte and the Niners, turns out they're a pretty decent squad. How does Wichita State go about knocking off the 49ers, and how crucial is it here for these next 4 games that they try to stack some wins to try to be in contention there once you get to late February and early March with the hopes of maybe making a run?
Yeah, really, with the changes to the conference tournament and the ladder system, really, really important to finish top 4. So you're avoiding trying to win 4 in 4 days. It's possible, but the chances of doing that are just, very, very uphill with the new system. So WSU, to keep pace with that top 4, they're going to have to start stacking wins. It's going to be a jumbled mess like we talked about all year, at the top of these standings. So, they have to defend home court, I think, to move up. And the good news is that a lot of those top teams that they have left on the schedule, they're all at home. South Florida, Tulsa, Florida Atlantic, all those games are at home. Temple is having a good year. Charlotte, so all the tough teams, most of them are coming at Coke Arena. So it's going to be up to the Shockers to defend home court because, there's not really an easy home game left on the schedule. All the teams at the bottom of the standings they play are on the road. So that's it makes for an interesting schedule. If you look on, Bart Torvik, T-Rank, WSU has played the toughest conference schedule to date. And I think they have like the 3rd or 4th toughest overall, if you just look at it on those metrics. So, it's a tough schedule relative to the rest of the field. So WSU is going to have to get the job done at home and then try to steal a couple on the away from Coke Arena. So they've played a lot better last week at home, East Carolina, Memphis. You look at both of those teams, they're, Memphis kind of struggling right now. East Carolina is toward the bottom of the standing, so that's to be expected. It's going to, increase on Wednesday because Charlotte, like you said, they're kind of the surprise team. I think they played the easiest conference schedule, if I remember correctly, looking at that. So they're kind of, they've taken advantage of that schedule. You got to give them credit because they're playing some good basketball right now. And, it's going to be a tall challenge for WSU because that offense is really humming on Charlotte. And, they saw that, the second half and the overtime, they really had problems, keeping Anton Bonk off the glass. Mingo had a huge game, against WSU, especially in the overtime. So Charlotte's shooting the ball really well right now. They're a threat from the 3-point line. Their offense, I think, it was 2nd in the conference. So it's a challenge for WSU, but they got to get back to that toughness identity. Winning the physicality battle. You got to dominate the glass. You got to be tough on defense. I think if they get back to that, they're tough to beat on their home floor. But they kind of got their identity a little rattled, on the road at Tulsa. So we'll see how they bounce back after a game like that.
All right, Taylor, appreciate the time. As always, you enjoy yourself, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge here on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Big game coming up tomorrow. Charlotte and Wichita State. Shockers looking to avenge that loss to Charlotte, a game in which they led by 18 points in the second half. Charlotte ends up coming back. You get to overtime, a chance to maybe still find a way to recover and get the win there. And then, of course, you have the game tied in the second overtime before a three is made. And there was a foul, 4-point play, and then you have Charlotte getting the win 104-100. We'll see if Wichita State can get back on track coming up tomorrow against the Charlotte 49ers. Before we take a break, I told you I would give you a chance to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. We're going to do that right now. Be caller number 5 at 316-669-4996. Caller 5 at 316-669-4996. So you can win $30 in Kansas lottery X Games scratch tickets. Enter X Games family of scratch tickets into Play On for a chance to win up to $20,000 in X Games bonus second chance drawings. Did you know you can play Kansas Lottery online? With Play On, you can play games, purchase Powerball and Mega Millions, and enter drawings and promotions, all from your phone or device. Caller number 5 at 316-669-4996 for your chance to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. When we return, we'll play that interview from last night with Jeremiah Farms. We'll get to that next to wrap up a Tuesday edition of The Pulse.
This is The Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Go Hog Wild, Pit Barbecue. Hog Wild, get some for you.
It's hard to choose a favorite at Hog Wild Pit Barbecue, but Bingo Brashear's Hog Wild partner and general manager at West 21st in Tyler thinks it's an easy call to make.
Oh man, it's got to be Hog Wild's award-winning ribs. Our ribs are so good because we only buy our meat from those who share our high-quality standards. We also hand-rub each slab with our famous seasoning blend. Hog Wild's ribs are slow-smoked over hickory each and every day for flavor and tenderness you're gonna keep coming back for.
Order online at GoHogWild.com. Hog Wild Pit Barbecue. 6 locations in Wichita. Also in Derby, El Dorado, Hutchinson, and Salina.
Go Hog Wild, Pit Barbecue. Hog Wild, get some for you. But don't be late, we close at 8.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Aria that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today it's made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Aria and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Aria.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
So obviously, I had the ACL and the LCL, but everything else was clean. And so, like, as bad as it was as clean as it could be. I found out there's a lot of little things that could happen around that knee that I had never even known. So I was lucky enough, God blessed me enough to not do some of those little things that could prolong the injury.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Congratulations to Doug. Doug has won $30 in Kansas Lottery tickets. About to wrap things up. Technically, day number 2 from Radio Row. Day number 1 for us, although we were here yesterday getting things set up. But today, the real fun officially has started today, and it all started this morning, which is great. Although yesterday, I guess you could make the argument that the fun really started for us because we ended up going to opening night in Santa Clara, which is a long ways away from here. And while we were making our way over there, I was thinking to myself, is there any chance I'm going to run into a guy by the name of Jeremiah Farms? And I thought, well, practice squad guy, I'm going to have to be on the lookout for him. And I started walking around, and Lord and behold, here's this big fella who's standing there, and a lot of people were talking to him. I'm thinking, or if he's a fan favorite. Well, guess what? He very much is a fan favorite because his story, how could you not just fall in love with his story? He's a kid from Stockton, first and foremost. I know he's excited about that. But he ends up going to Friends University in Wichita to play football for the Falcons. And he ends up doing quite well there for Friends. But, of course, what's next for Jeremiah? Well, he ends up playing arena ball. And then after playing a little bit of arena ball, he ends up getting a call-up. He got noticed. And then after going that route, he ends up getting noticed by the Patriots, who end up pulling the trigger and bringing him in. And now here he is gearing up for the Super Bowl. Whether or not he's really going to be active, that's a whole nother ballgame. But the fact that he is here is really sensational. Cool story. Former Friends Falcon. I had a chance to visit with Jeremiah Farms yesterday. Here's that conversation from Santa Clara yesterday. All right, Friends Falcons in the house at the Super Bowl. Yes, you heard that correctly. Jeremiah Farms, now a part of the New England Patriots. He's gearing up for the Super Bowl coming up this week. How does that sound, Mr. Jeremiah, after where you started, where you are now? How crazy is it to gear up for a Super Bowl coming up this weekend?
Man, it sounds crazy, being from Stockton, but going to Friends University and being the only guy from Friends University to make it to the NFL, and not only make it to be in the Super Bowl, it's amazing. I mean, it's surreal, but it's something you dream of, and it's, as a kid, it's something I worked for. So I always had a feeling that I would be here.
How did a guy from Stockton get to Wichita, Kansas to play at an NAIA school like Friends University?
I was a D-line coach there at the time named James Tabor, who recruited me. And basically he talked to my mom, and him and my mom decided that it was a better situation for me to come to Friends University. And it was the best decision I made because now he's my trainer. And now that he's still my trainer to this day, he was my D-line coach then, and he's giving me all the guidance because he's been one of those guys that's been through the arena, that's been through the small school, the undrafted. So I'm grateful I made that choice.
Yeah, no doubt. And you were part of definitely a Friends defense that was always pretty stout. What did you learn while playing there at Friends University? That allowed you to get to here.
So I learned hard work more than anything. I learned that it's not going to be handed to me. I learned that I have to find a way to make it happen.
Well, you started off playing arena ball.
Yeah.
What was that experience like at that point? Were you just grateful to have some sort of an opportunity to play professional ball, no matter what it looked like?
It was something that I knew I had to get film. So me and my agent decided this is what we have to do. It's not something I wanted to do. I actually almost gave up at that time, but I went ahead and locked in, buckled down, and playing that. It made me feel like I know I don't belong here, so let me work to get out of the situation. And that's what I did. I put my head down and just grinded.
And what was it like when you got the call? Not for the NFL, but to at least move up another level, going from arena ball to jumping up a level that allowed you to shine to get to the NFL level.
It made me feel like I'm seen. It makes me feel like that. It made me feel like that the hard work is starting to pay off, and I'm one step closer to where I want to be.
What was it like when your agent said, "Hey, the Patriots are looking at you"?
I was actually in the gym when I got that message, and It felt so good. We stopped the workout. I don't know why we did, but we stopped it. I ran home, told my wife that I got to work out with the Patriots, and we ended up going right back to the gym, which was crazy. But at the moment, it just felt good.
Man, and now here you are getting ready for a Super Bowl. I mean, just incredible. Look at what you guys have been able to do. Tell me a little bit about Mike Vrabel and what he's done with the Patriots to be able to have this turnaround to get to this point to gear up for a Super Bowl.
From day one, he brought our identity over to the team. We all bought in, we all locked in, and that's exactly what I don't know. It's just Braves is just great guy, great coach. He pushes us and he does everything he needs to do.
Yeah. Let me talk to you about Friends University football first. Yeah. Obviously, you came back for a game. What's it like looking at Friends and seeing number 4 in the country being a step away from a national semifinal game? What's it like seeing that after you went there and obviously now playing at the NFL level?
I mean, it's big. I mean, it just shows that the school is growing and it's going to head in the right direction. So with everybody here talking about the Alabamas, the LSUs, I got my Friends University stuff on Saturdays. I posted them, but they always tell me like this school will blow us out. And I always say, Friends University will give y'all a great fight. Like Braves the other day, we was talking about it. Ohio State versus Friends University. I said, I like us. What you want to do?
I love it. Absolutely love it. Last one. What would you tell people out there listening right now who are maybe in a similar position like you? I mean, heck, you're there doing stuff at Walmart just to try to keep the dream alive. What would you say to those people?
Don't give up. Continue to chase your dreams. Just don't give up. That's all I got to say.
Jeremiah Farms, a real pleasure to be able to run into him yesterday. He was so gracious with his time. And look at him now. He ends up going from the NAIA level all the way to the pros. Just a really cool story. If you need someone to root for, and maybe you already have your minds made up, rooting for Seattle, rooting for New England, whatever it might be, I want to maybe just indicate rooting for one individual, and it would be that guy, Jeremiah Farms, former Friends Falcon at opening night last night. Really cool. Jack, real quick, burnt end of the hour trivia question. What was the trivia question and answer?
You just had to tell me the second leading rusher in Seattle Seahawks history behind Sean Alexander. Correct answer, Chris Warren.
Yeah, a lot of Marshawn Lynches on the text line. A lot of people saying Marshawn Lynch. It was not Marshawn Lynch, obviously. There you go. The person who got it correctly first is going to get $20 to Tinker a Barbecue. That does it for us here from Radio Row. We have many more exciting things to get to. We'll have some more interviews tomorrow and on Thursday. And then Friday, Jack will have a ton of things to talk about ahead of the game coming up on Sunday. So can't wait. Radio Row coverage officially here, and it's all made possible by Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resort, Phil's Coins and Bullion, and Davis Liquor Outlet. For producer Jack Johnson, I'm Pat Strathman saying so long from San Francisco. Join us for more coverage coming away tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Have a great evening, Wichita.
All clear.